Test, test. Testing. Can you guys hear us on the WebEx? Testing.
We can hear you on WebEx.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Testing, testing. I think we have the problem solved, so we'll move forward. And public comment will be Alan Lochner. He will be coming to us by WebEx.
Mr. Chairman, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome to the committee. We do. Please go ahead.
Water. My name is Alan Lochner, and I reside in Topeka, Kansas. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are loud and clear. Please go ahead.
How much time do
Are
I
you
have,
hearing
Mr.
us?
How much time do I have, Mr. Chairman?
About 15 minutes or so, please.
Okay. I ask you to refer to the written testimony that I have prepared for you. I'll not go through my background except that I have 10 years of experience working in the area of water issues and policies and programs as a manager. And secondly, I represent myself. I represent no organization. Now, I'm not going to cover the water is the second topic. Water is a vital and urgent for Kansans. I'll let you read that at your leisure. But I want to focus on the section titled Kansas Vision and Mission are the Kansas Water Standard. And the reason that I want to concentrate on this is because this is the basis of my testimony later. And I want to go through this rather carefully. Generally, and I'm reading now, a standard is defined as a level of quality or attainment. It is used as a measure, a norm, or a model in comparative evaluation. The following statements contain the Kansas Water Standard. The Kansas Water Vision statement is Kansans act on a shared commitment to have the water resources necessary to support the state's social, economic, and natural resource needs for the current and future generations. Then there's an added comment that says the vision statement calls on every Kansan as stakeholders to not only commit to ensuring a reliable water supply, but also to act on that commitment. Then we go to Kansas mission
Mr. Lochner?
statement. And it's, yes,
Mr. Lochner?
yes. I hear you. What? I hear you, Mr. Chairman. What did you say?
Mr. Lochner, we're having trouble. You're breaking up. Can you maybe get a little closer to the microphone? The bandwidth problem is coming through. So if you would continue and see if you can be a little closer to the microphone, please.
Okay. The Kansas water mission statement is provide Kansans with the framework, policy, and tools developed in concert with stakeholders on the mission to provide Kansans with everything they need to act on that commitment. These four statements are the basis of my findings, conclusions, recommendations, and questions. Am I coming through better?
Yes, sir, you are. Please continue.
Okay. I refer now to the section titled Findings, Conclusions, Recommendations, and Questions. The following comments aim to assist the House Water Committee in making decisions regarding Kansas water problems, policies, functions, and frameworks. Each comment is intentionally brief, but can be discussed more at the committee's request. First are my findings of fact. 1, continuing depreciation of groundwater, particularly fossil aquifers, in one or more of the 14 regions in the state. Secondly is the continuing loss of reservoir surface water storage in one or more of the 14 regions of the state. Continuing on. Number 3, continuing increased quantity of surface water that is in one or more of the 14 regions of the state. Continuing impairment of surface water quality in one or more of the 14 regions. And the continuing underfunding of the Kansas Water Plan. So those are 5 points. Further, spreading of water policy and project implementation among state executive branch agencies. Assigning the solving of water problems to independent agencies such as the Kansas Corporation Commission for Oil and Gas. Spreading of water policy development among legislative committees and or subcommittees, and preparing needed regional water quantity and quality goals and actions to achieve the goals. Now, my conclusions follow thereafter, and you will see them. They are patterned exactly after the 9 points that I raised with you earlier. And the policy in Kansas is allowing those 9 conditions to continue to exist. And that's where we run into problems in terms of managing our water future in Kansas. Now, my recommendations for improvement are prioritized as follows. And you will see several items there that have mentioned. First of all, expanding the Kansas Water Information and Education Campaign. Secondly, establishing an adequate long-term stable revenue source for the Kansas Water Fund. Acknowledging that this revenue source types already exists for funding highways and bridges in Kansas. I asked the committee the question. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Lochner?
I'm listening. Yes. I'm listening. I'm listening. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lochner?
Yes, I hear you.
Mr. Lochner, the bandwidth is unable to carry your voice and to carry your voice to continue to hear. What I'm going to do is ask if they can put your testimony up on screen, and we'll do it quickly here and try to get this out to the public if that's possible. But right now, we are unable to hear what you are saying with any clarity. So we have your written testimony. We will attempt to put your testimony on the screen. And if you'll scroll up now down to the findings, conclusion. There you go. And he was talking at this point, he was going through his findings and conclusions. And if I heard correctly, we were down to prioritization of those, the conclusion. And then, so you can read those, keep continuing down. And a copy of his testimony is on the website, the Kansas Legislature website. Go to our committee and you'll find that testimony. It's too bad that we're unable to hear and go through this entire testimony. He has a lot of very good points. The committee has a copy of all of these. But in the interest of time, and Mr. Lochner, we're very sorry about that, but technology did not work with us today. But we have your testimony, it's in the record, and the committee will review and look at every word that you have presented to them. And we thank you very much for your time and effort.
Well, Mr.
Next,
Chairman.
we have Mr. Titus. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Alan Lochner again. If the committee wants to meet to discuss the contents of my written testimony today, let me know of the time and place, and I will do my best to get there to answer your questions.
It will be in January in Topeka.
Okay. At your invitation.
Thank you again. Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Next on the agenda, we have Mr. Yeager, Titus Yeager, in person. Welcome to the committee, sir. Is your speaker on that button? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. We welcome you all to Western Kansas. Thanks for coming out here. And we're so glad to have you all here. My name is Titus Jaeger. I reside at 1353 Road P in Lakin, Kansas. I'm a member of the Upper Ark Regional Advisory Committee representing groundwater irrigation. I represent 4 generations of our family who have actively been part of agriculture in Western Kansas for 100 years. My wife and I are raising the 5th generation my side and the 7th generation on my wife's side to be involved in agriculture production pursuits in western Kansas. Agriculture is our life and our livelihood. Our family has pursued stewardship through conservation from the time we arrived in Wichita County in 1921. Our ancestors persevered through the dirty 30s, and it was the development of our water resources which was credited with reducing the effects of the drought in the 50s and the prolonged drought of the early 2000s, which recorded less precipitation in the drought of the 30s. Our water having 10% or more supply than usage. The Upper Ark Regional Advisory Committee goal is establish a diversified, usable water supply by 2030 to motivate a vibrant, growing economy with conservation-minded stewardship focused on increasing the life of the aquifer, re-establishing stream flow in the Arkansas River, and accelerating recharge, benefiting economic prosperity, wildlife, habitat, recreation. The Arkansas River has completely lost stream flow from Garden City to Dodge City in my lifetime. As a result, we have lost an entire ecosystem. There are 3 ways to address that tragedy and create an abundant future for this part of our state. 1, conservation-minded stewardship. 2, a complete rewrite of our state water laws with neighboring states. And 3, a new source of supply. Not just one of these, but all 3 of these will be necessary. Our beliefs shape our reality. Do we have limiting beliefs? If we do, we must move from a scarcity mentality to an abundance mentality. Change is inevitable. Growth is optional. Progress is optional. Adaptation is optional. Survival is optional. What will we choose? Conservation is great, something we all support. Conservation can be achieved and our local economy can be sustained with an augmentation plan. It is imperative we have an augmentation plan to achieve conservation. New sources of supply exist. Some say a water transfer is not possible. Usually, by the time you realize you need innovation, it's already too late. Now is the time to act. In every place in this country where we have an abundant resource, we move it to a place where that resource is scarce. And that resource is put to a more beneficial, value-added use. Lumber, oil, and even our crops get moved across the country. Why don't we do the similar water resource? Large scale transfer is I don't believe it.
Aren't normally in the committee.
First,
Committee? Question?
Looks like you put a lot of thought into this. So I'm assuming that you have had ideas of how this might be accomplished. And could you just give me one brief section maybe of what you're kind of thinking of?
well, I'm not an engineer. We farm and ranch just west of here. But here, the question is that it's my understanding that here, last summer, Lake Michigan had more water than they really wanted. So that's where this water comes from for sure, but there's water available there. There's probably water available in Canada. And our whole country's surrounded with water. It may require some desalination efforts, but we're the United States of America. We landed on the moon. Surely we can bring water to this part of the world. You know, out here where we live, it's to me, it's God's country. And I look out my window in the morning, and it's about as close to heaven as you can get. But I want you all to know, we've been about as close to hell as you can get out here too. And we've been through droughts, and we've been through tough times. But this country, development is going to cost cents in revenues for the state and it's development. And so it's something we need to do the hard work today, and we need to have a vision for the future.
I just want to state that I'm a farmer.
We go ahead.
Thank you, Titus. Make your word. I think there is no silver bullet, so there are many things that we need to consider your efforts here. This water. I think
Any further questions? I mean, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your testimony.
not seriously. Not seriously.
Mark Rude in the obvious. Mark Rude from GMD3. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Very good to be here this morning, particularly in Garden City with you. As Executive Director of the Southwest Kansas Groundwater Management District, I certainly welcome you to Southwest Kansas. We'll keep welcoming you, and you are always welcome. And we'll do what we can to help assist you any way we can with your service in Topeka, and especially your work and focus on water. It's a fabulous thing. It's an emotional thing, and so it's wonderful that you all are committing time in your life to work on Kansas Water. You have my written testimony, and I'll try not to read directly from it. And not to take much of your time here, but I just, when you're here in our house, in our area, I feel like, boy, I got to say something to you officially. So I got on the list. I just want to point out a couple of things to think about that would be tweaks to existing policy that would help Kansas water users. And that's what I attempted to do in the testimony. First of all, consider maybe providing some resources to KDA to work on their public posting of applications that they receive on water right matters. They're not required under your policy 82A 1906 to post everything, terms, temporaries, things like that. But certainly the tool was asked for and I believe intended to help Kansas citizens have a place to look to where they could research what's going on in their area. If they see a water rig mast go up in the neighborhood, have a place to go to research that without having to go directly to DWR staff and take up their time. Right now, that existing posting is very unusable for most citizens without getting a direct mailing and link to some document that may be posted there. So it's just a suggestion to think about using a map, interactive map. Mr. Chairman.
Could I interrupt just briefly? We've been told that there's a bandwidth problem here at the community college. So everybody that's on Wi-Fi right now, if they turn it off so that the WebEx can get out to the public, it'd be appreciated. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, bandwidth, infrastructure. I mean, you guys deal with that in the legislature, and it's certainly something that rural communities are very, very interested in improving. I think my kids want me to improve that at the house too. So anyway, there's it's graphics information tools are readily available out there. And so for not too much investment, we might be able to get an interactive map where people could go and zoom into their part of Kansas and see what applications have been recently filed. Not intended to be a burden on KDA, that maybe KGS could help out. There's a lot of options there, but it's just a suggestion. Item number 2, clarify that water augmentation activity can occur by any GMD. You recall the Rattlesnake Creek situation, and the legislature acted to try to provide some clarity and help in that environment, specifically adding into 82A 706A that augmentation was an option to Rattlesnake Creek, but just in that one HUC, hydrologic unit code. So it sort of raised the question to the rest of us that maybe want to use existing ditch rights to do managed aquifer recharge, things like that, which is an augmentation of groundwater pumping, whether that's available to us or not. So one suggestion, number 2, is consider clarifying whether augmentation is available to other GMDs. Third, the GMD Act authorizes a mechanism for self-determination in the right of local water users to determine their destiny with respect to the use of groundwater insofar as it does not conflict with the basic laws and policies of the state. Very logical, very powerful. I believe it's one of the cornerstones of Kansas water management. The right of local water users to determine their destiny should come with the right to be deemed to be an aggrieved party and participate in hearing as an aggrieved party under 82A 1901. We learned this a couple of years ago where we had determinations made at the state level, and individual water users involved in the case could ask for a hearing, but the GMD did not have the right. In fact, were denied. And so that creates a sort of a conundrum there, that if you provided this right of local folks to work together, organize under a district, pay assessments, elect representatives, but yet not have a voice, that's awkward. And so the recommendation there is that you consider either adding explicitly as one of the public interest items that the chief engineer must consider in each application that he reviews under 82A 711, just as an example of the chief engineer. Paragraph B, there's some specific things that he must include in his public interest consideration. And the last one says, all other such matters. Well, that's not explicit enough for a GMD to have standing, apparently. So consider adding groundwater management district, where appropriate, into that explicit list. Alternatively, adding that power to be aggrieved, to be an aggrieved party in the list of powers under 82A 1028, or both. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here and for all your work. I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Root. Questions? Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Rood, for your time and for your testimony. I did read through all of it, and I think you make some good points. You know, I do kind of feel like it doesn't really address the elephant in the room. And, you know, I know there are a lot of recommendations for technology and augmentation and changing the legal structure, but I do wonder, you know, what are we going to do to hopefully conserve and extend the life of the Ogallala Aquifer? So I'm wondering, you know, are there ways that this is already being done through proven methods like LEMAs or recycling water? And, you know, are there ways that we can help you in expanding these efforts or doing more to facilitate this with you? Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful question. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely, there are ways to help, and you've done a lot. You'll hear later this afternoon the panel on LEMAs. That is a fabulous tool. One of the reasons we think it's so good is because it focuses, it's allowed us as local folks to focus on a plan that's agreeable and to put it together and know that once we put it up to the state official for adoption, for consideration, hopefully adoption, then it won't be changed. That all of that local work is, there's a confidence in the LEMA law that it is what it is. And if you can get to that point of getting it adopted locally, then it won't be changed under state administration, unless it's something about it is not lawful. But that's an example of implementing, further implementing the fundamental concepts of the Groundwater Management Act. There's clearly a partnership, though, because there's a lot of moving parts here in the economy and individual property and in water rights administration, in water planning. Those all need to work together. And so it doesn't necessarily work well for us just to put all the eggs into the local folks putting together a plan, and that's going to save the Ogallala. Likewise, it does not work for the state level to put together a plan and then put it out there and say, water users, you have to do this. It needs to be a collaboration. And I think we've got the framework to do it, just so long as we don't sort of talk past each other. Maybe some people think that a water transfer will bail us out or make the Ogallala sustainable. Which, by the way, the Ogallala is going to get to sustainability, but what kind of community do we have in that ultimate sustainability? We want to have a vibrant economy, not a dry land economy, for example. So mainly the point is we don't want to talk past each other, and I think as long as we can listen and listen well to the local requests, which is what that LEMA law was or is, then I think we're going to get there. But we can't get there alone. Even on the water transfer side of things, tomorrow I'm leaving to go talk to folks in Arizona, the agribusiness and water council there. about water transfers and partnering with them, maybe tap the Missouri River, maybe tap southeastern Kansas, maybe someplace else, and talk with district partners and water users in other states about sources. But that's one of the tools out there is water transportation. Another tool is water conservation in water rights administration. Right now in Southwest Kansas, I mean, it's not written, but I think DWR allows applications to have up to a 20% future additional effect on the neighbors in the applications and the approvals that they make. Well, that is assuring depletion. In fact, that's increasing the rate of depletion of the aquifer. So when we talk about silos of offices, talk about lanes of responsibility, I mean, that's okay if you want to separate everybody, but if you want them to collaborate and work together, we shouldn't be using that kind of language. We need to work together. I don't think I answered your question directly, except that we need to work together, and you've done some great things to provide some good tools. We could work a little more on water transportation for the state. I think that's certainly in the cards, and that's necessary for the future of Kansas.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Root, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have your information. We can contact you if need be. The next written only that I have, unless someone is in the room that wants to speak for the Kansas Grain Sorghum Producers Association. If not, their testimony is in your folder. And for the audience, if you want to go see it, it is at the legislative website. You go to the Water Committee and click on agendas and testimonies, and it'll all be there. So you can find it and read it for yourself.
Day, but that was in the 60s when I was a kid. Open ditches, siphon tubes. Then we went to underground and above ground pipe. Now we're at sprinklers. So we've been conservative. You know, every one of those is a form of conservation. But it is our lifeblood out here in Western Kansas. And we ask that you help us protect it. Thank you.
Before you leave the podium,
Yes.
would you state your name one more time, please?
Hugh, H-U-G-H, Brownlee, B-R-O-W-N-L-E-E, Syracuse, Kansas.
And committee, do you have any questions? Thank you for coming forward. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Anyone else in the audience wish to come forward, speak to the committee? Going once? Twice? This portion of our meeting then is closed for the testimony portion of our meeting. We have a little time, so I'm going to say let's have a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start the committee meeting that we discuss among ourselves, like we do in Topeka. And at that point, there will be no outside conversation, and we will conduct our meeting at that point. So be back in 10 minutes, please.
You need to know what to send to the testimony.
what I did was, before the meeting, I sent out to each committee member an outline of what I felt we should discuss or pass over, depending on what the committee wants to do. They're in charge of this meeting. So with that, what you see on the screen is the outline that was sent out. It's also on the legislative website, all that information. So first on the list is quality and quantity. And we go through this, and if we run into a situation where we feel we need a little more information, we have the scholars in the room. We may call them forward and try to fill in some gaps before we get back to Topeka and delve into this deeply. So with that, we're in Western Kansas. We'll start the topic with Western Kansas, the Ogallala, the other aquifers. Yesterday, we saw the uranium removal process going on in one town, Lakin. We've also heard that that has moved over to the next town, Deerfield. Smaller community, they are not going to be able to afford high price. Already have methods in motion to try to help that smaller community, maybe with a pipeline. Be interested to see forward on that. Do we have any discussion or conversation on those two issues at this point? Representative Vaughn.
Hello again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just kind of going back to my last talking point, I think I'd be interested in discussing how we conserve and extend the life of the High Plains Aquifer. You know, I think, as has been mentioned by committee members, there's no silver bullet for how do we bring water to Western Kansas, but I think that is a key part of it. And I'm wondering, you know, we've heard from Dr. Golden and seen how LEMAs are not only effective, but they can lead to increased cash flow. And, you know, we've seen the success in GMD4. So I'm wondering, how do we expand the use of LEMAs in Kansas so that there is local control around how water conservation is implemented, but that it is more universal? And so that's something that I've been trying to wrap my mind around, and really focusing on profitability over productivity, like we heard yesterday as well, even though I know that's a different mindset, and I definitely respect that culture. So just something that I've been thinking about, because, you know, as we've looked at the data, we have 25 to 50 years of saturated thickness left in some of the aquifer. And before we're able to augment that amount of water, or before we become even more technologically efficient to where we can continue to use so much water, you know, it's going to run out. And I'm worried, what do we do then? And so, again, I think there are a lot of ways that we can address this issue, but I do think conservation is a key part of that. And I want to continue to have a discussion about how we expand that throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. And to that end, then, need to be thinking about who we need to bring in as we get back to speak and start our process in-house, who we might bring in to have that. So if you'll be thinking about that, let me know and we'll try to line up people. I failed to mention our research staff by name, Meredith Fry and Heather O'Hara. Heather is subbing. Our regular research assistant, Victoria, is vacationing. I'm sure she's on WebEx, so we won't say anything derogatory. But they have worked tirelessly to help get this meeting together, all the technical and everything else, and we very much appreciate their help. Thank you. So with that, any further comments on those two items that we, number A on the list, letter A? Yes, sir. Representative Smith, tax chair.
I just wanted to say, comment about our ability really help these folks. A lot of water. Really. From extreme northwest Kansas, we are seeing some levels. Hopefully, control measures, but that's something.
We all agree on that one. And Leo, I hate to put you on the spot, but would you be willing to come forward? At breakfast this morning, we were discussing with Leo about the uranium issue, and he shared with us, I was mistakenly thinking that it all came from the not. And if he would, and because they've now discovered uranium in the northwest part of the state, if he would just give us a quick overview of that situation.
All right. Good morning, committee. Again, Leo Henning, Deputy Secretary and Director of Environment at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. The question was, where is the uranium coming from that we are now seeing in the Ark River and in some of the smaller streams up in northwest Kansas? And there's a member in the Pierre Shale called the Sharon Springs. And it's a sedimentary rock that was deposited over a large area, but for some reason, uranium is more concentrated in that member than most rocks. And so as groundwater percolates through that member and then down into the alluvium, it's carrying a little bit of uranium with it. And so once it gets into the alluvium, then people that are using the alluvial water, the water along the streams, for drinking water and irrigation and stock water, that uranium is then found in that water. So it is not coming from the mountains. It is a bed underneath Kansas and Colorado. And it is just Mother Nature's way of moving that uranium out into the surface water and groundwater system. We have enhanced it by irrigation and fertilizer, especially out in Colorado. It seems to help mobilize that out. But again, it is not a specific area. It's over a large area, and it just accumulates in that return water and is concentrated more in that water. And then once it makes it into the surface water, it just flows downhill into Kansas. Much like our water in northwest Kansas is going to be flowing into Nebraska. So does that answer your question?
It does. I appreciate that. I wanted to share with committee what we had at breakfast conversation. That was really good. Any further questions for Mr. Henning? Representative Haslett.
Thank you so much for everyone being here today. With the uranium issue, it's really been concerning to me. And I feel like coming from northeastern Kansas, we haven't heard much about it. It was extremely alarming to me. I wanted to know how much of the concentration has increased throughout the years, and where are we at from the concentration of this being a health risk to folks who are consuming groundwater, especially the well water, I believe, where it might not be going through a treatment process. Are folks now buying bottled water? I wanted to know how far are we before people are developing cancers and health risks, or is it going to get to that extent? And what has Colorado been doing thus far? I believe that they have a couple maybe years are having put some attention to this and kind of seen where we are at here in Kansas.
Okay, let me try to address it related to uranium only, because there are many different radionuclides out there. But let's just confine our discussion to uranium. There are only 2 areas in the state where we think that there is uranium, and that was Southwest Kansas and the Northwest area. Up to just recently, KDHE had no funding to address regional groundwater issues. About 2 years ago, we added the Drinking Water Protection Plan funding to the state water plan funding lines. And that was the first time we had a source of money to go look at regional issues. We used some of that money to do residential testing for homes in the Southwest Kansas area. Because again, health and environment is mostly concerned about human health. And the drinking water standard for uranium is 30 parts per billion. We had exceedances of that in the Southwest Kansas area. So I think it was, some of them were 2 to 3 times that amount. Not very many, but a few. So, but there is some uranium in many wells, some above the drinking water standard, some below the drinking water standard. So EPA sets that standard. They say basically the idea is if the concentrations are above that, a lifetime exposure, you have an additional risk of cancer. If it's below that number, they do not see a statistical increase in cancer. So 30 for uranium is the standard. So what we have done is we went out, sampled as many residential wells in Southwest Kansas as people would allow us to. We provide that information to those residents so they know their concentrations in which they're drinking. And then it's up to them to make their decision as to what they want to do about it. We provide them technical information about what they can put on their homes to remove the uranium so they are no longer ingesting it. But it is up to that property owner or that well owner to decide what he wants to do. It's unregulated by the state. It's their decision. And if they choose to continue drinking the water without treatment, that is their decision. But at least now they're informed. So I hope I covered most of your questions. If you have more, let me, if you want to restate them, I'll try to answer them. And I would just say, we have just started the regional study in Northwest Kansas. We are working on a creek called Prairie Dog Creek. We have contracted with Fort Hays to do that study for us. And we are starting to see some of the initial results come back. We are seeing no exceedances of the MCL for uranium. We have seen exceedances for other things, but not uranium in our first set of wells that we've sampled. But we still, that's a 2-year study and we just began that.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Mr. Riley. Yeah. Go way back.
So Southwest Kansas is, a big part of their industry is the livestock industry. And so we've been visiting, with water for the human consumption. And you mentioned some of the other kinds of things that are in the water. Who and what is being done as far as looking at the water supply for the livestock industry? Because that is part of our whole cycle of life of, the beef industry and disassembly process. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to answer that from a quantity, because I think that was your question, is are we going to have enough quality for the livestock? We have looked at that with our Department of Agriculture and we in K-State, and because of the life cycle of a cow, they don't live as long as humans do, so the potential for the uranium to build up and cause an issue within one of those animals is negligible. So we are not seeing an issue with using the water for livestock irrigation.
But there's other things in that water too that you need to look at, just other than the uranium. So what are the things are we looking at that becomes part of that beef, that becomes part of our food cycle?
Well, there's really 2 constituents in the water that we receive from Colorado that are high, and that's sulfates and uranium. The rest of the water is a pretty good quality. So those are the two parameters that we see elevated. There may be others, but not at the same height or amounts or concentrations as we see in those two constituents. Sulfate is not it doesn't have a health effect to it most of the time. I think if you get really high sulfates, you can have, don't want to, you know what I'm thinking, but yeah, you have excessive, diarrhea. How's that? But at the concentrations we're seeing, it shouldn't be causing any concerns there.
My concern was the food cycle that's, I mean, this area is, a source that is providing food for not only Kansas, but the United States and for the whole world. And so we've got some flack in the past, the United States has, and Kansas from our wheat product that went overseas. And so I'm just wondering whether we're good as far as the water product that we're putting through our livestock industry.
So I don't want to speak too far out of turn, and if somebody wants to come up from Department of Ag to answer these questions, I'll yield to them, but
Well, I think what we're going to do is take these questions forward, and we'll talk to the Department of Agriculture and the Kent State Veterinary School about the research moving forward because our foreign customers are very sensitive about the sources, and we'll need to convince them that it's okay. So that's something we'll move forward on, but a little beyond what Mr. Henning is able to provide for us.
right.
Further questions? Representative Boyd, please come back.
Leo, if you stay here just a moment, you had one of these educational meetings for us here in Garden City a while back, and the Ag Department certainly contributed, but you also mentioned at the time about the use of this high nitrate water and the high uranium water for crops. Could you mention real briefly what you told us there? And I think that's very helpful. What you really told us is that the lifespan of a corn crop, for example, that there was absolutely no carryover and it was safe in those situations. And that's what I wanted to hear.
Well, I will quote a paper that was done by the Kansas Geological Survey that I read. Again, you probably should talk to them, but basically they did a study of uptake of uranium into the plant and from the soil and irrigating the soil with uranium type water. And they found that the uranium does accumulate in the roots of the plant, but it does not go up to the seed. And so the seed did not have any uranium in it.
Thank you for mentioning it. That kind of went along with Representative Riley's question.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Henning, we appreciate it. Putting you on the spot. I appreciate you coming forward. Thank you. Covered primarily everything on letter A, so let's move to letter B. I want the audience, both here and out in the web world, to understand that we're not looking at just Western Kansas. We're looking at the entire state. And we have learned some disturbing information about the water supply in the eastern part of the state as well. And I'm going to put another person on the spot. So if Connie Owen, Director of the Kansas Water Office, would give us a quick overview for the benefit of the audience of what's going on in the western part, the eastern part of the state.
Thank you, Chairman Highland. As he said, my name is Connie Owen. I'm the Director of the Kansas Water Office, and grateful to be here and very grateful that you all would spend so much time with water issues and spend time to come out here to learn more and be educated and hear from some of us. So Eastern Kansas in general, as you may know, we rely largely on surface water, and the federal reservoirs that we have there, we have contracts with the Corps of Engineers for storage in those reservoirs, and then we in turn contract with municipalities and industries in certain districts for the use of that water. We have an issue with those reservoirs. Here in western Kansas, declining aquifer is a supply threat. In eastern Kansas, declining capacity is a supply threat in the reservoirs. Reservoirs naturally fill up with sediment over time, and that is exactly what has taken place. So the reservoirs that we count on to have room in them to help prevent damage from floods, and that we count on to be able to store water in times that we need to call on in times of drought, the capacity of our reservoirs to hold water has shrunk dramatically because of the increase in sedimentation. So one of the projects that is being looked at as a pilot project to try and address this, since actual traditional dredging is extremely expensive and doesn't solve the problem, one of the pilot projects that we're looking at and trying to get some federal help for and are crossing our fingers for some federal infrastructure money is water injection dredging. And that is a pilot project that, if it happens, would be in cooperation with our office and with the Corps of Engineers on Tuttle Creek Lake. One thing that I was mentioning to Chairman Highland this morning is some of you may have seen in the news that in Colorado and the states west of there, the Bureau of Reclamation in the last day or two, for the first time in history, initiated a Tier 1 restriction on the use of the Colorado River. And I think you can imagine all the states and entities that use the Colorado River all the way west to the coast. There are many agreements and arrangements that have been reached over time as to how to do that. The Tier 1 restrictions will result in Arizona's farmers losing 18% of their allocation that they're used to getting. There will also be restrictions that take place in Nevada and Mexico. The capacity of Lake Mead and Lake Powell, that are their primary reservoirs, are down both in the 30 percentile, 35%, 32%. A drop of more than 100 feet would cause those to be shut off. One of those is the location of the Glen Canyon Hydropower Dam. And I think another drop of 60 feet and that hydropower dam has to be shut off. This is a time of incredibly severe drought, increasing heat, and climate change. So the reason I mention all that is that some of this is also taking place north of here, up into the headwaters of the Missouri River. What happens at the headwaters of the Missouri River impacts us. That water comes down here, and we rely on that a great deal for our water supply. That will affect the operation of our reservoirs in the state of Kansas. They're having an extreme drought up there. They're expecting restrictions. They're already issuing cautions to everyone downstream that relies on it. So things are looking really serious from an area that we rely on to get water. So eastern Kansas is facing some real serious threats as well that are not just related to sedimentation, but also related to climate change that we're all living with. So was that the kind of thing that you had in mind, sir?
I think you scared us sufficiently. The reason I asked Director Owen to come forward is that to highlight that this is a statewide problem that we're dealing with. And as you saw from the recent census counts, the growth obviously is along that Kansas River, Missouri River area. And if we lose the capacity in the dam, we cannot support that growth. And we will not be able to get industry to move into the state. So we have some future perilous economic times ahead if we don't deal with this and do something all across the state. So I thank you for that. Are there any questions for Director Owen? Representative Minix, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if this is for Connie or Randy, and there seems to be lots of big elephants in this room at times when we're dealing with water. We have 5 compacts that Kansas deals with their neighbors, and they generally deal in quantity. And I think we can all agree in this room that quality is something that we need to address on both ends of the state. What are the chances of opening those compacts and renegotiating, and what are our chances of being to improve our situation for the people of the state of Kansas?
I will briefly mention that my understanding is that some compacts intentionally addressed water quality and some did not. But the person that I would defer to in this room would be Earl Lewis. He's your man to answer that.
Mr. Lewis, would you step forward, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. Thanks, Connie, for referring that one to me. So I was, and Connie's right, we have 4 compacts, the ARC, the Republican, the blue with Nebraska, and then Oklahoma compact with, on the ARC River. The blue has a water quality committee. The Oklahoma has a water quality committee. The ARC is primarily a water quantity compact. There is language that says that Colorado can't materially deplete the usable state line flows. And so that's been one of the questions of what is a usable state line flow? At what point does it become unusable? I think historically the thought has been that compact was driven primarily by irrigation development. And so the thought has been if you can use it for irrigation, then that's probably useful. Now, it's not something that has been legally tested or fleshed out. And we probably need to do some more work on that from the legal standpoint of at what point can we challenge that if we need to. You're part of the question of what are the chances that we renegotiate those compacts? I would say it's slim in that. And as a downstream state, we're constantly on the lookout for things that may be happening in Colorado that would may or may not be within the compact rules that would reduce the flows that are coming across the state line. I think going back to was question a little bit ago about what's happening in Colorado, because I think it's tied to your question, Representative Minix. And as Leo laid out, this is what we typically call a non-point source issue, which is not a regulated issue at the federal or state level. And so, again, as Leo correctly pointed out, the issue that we have in the ARC is being driven by irrigation and nutrients, fertilizer that is exacerbating that chemical reaction once that fertilizer gets down to that pure shale and helps to release those sulfates and that uranium. Then that return water carries it back to the river and on down to us. We have a piece of that because part of the reason it is accumulating over time is because there's no flow at this point. We take the water, we put it through the canals, we irrigate with it, evaporate the water, either through evaporation or through the transpiration of the plant, and we keep whatever's left. And that accumulates over time, which is why our numbers continue to go up. But is a non-point source issue, and so what needs to be done to reduce that quantity or contamination coming across the line, we've got to put practices in place over those areas that are causing the issue. So we've got to improve our irrigation efficiency in Colorado. We've got to line the irrigation canals. We've got to have better nutrient management so that we have less nutrients getting down and interacting with that pure shale. Those are all practices of individual producers that we got to work with our neighbor state and work with the federal government, try and get cost share and get those things in place. That's how, over time, this is a long-term problem. That's over time, how we believe that we can reduce that quantity of constituent coming across the state line. The compact makes that very difficult. And the very nature of the stressed water environment in Colorado makes that very difficult because if they reduce the amount that would recharge back to the aqua or to the river from their practice, they have to find a way to offset that. They can't do something in Colorado. They can't take one action that ends up taking water out of the river just by being better stewards of the water. And so they've got to come up with plans to replace that water in the river, which again makes that whole system very complex. But that's what they're doing, and I think they're doing some of that already. I mean, we're not the only people that are having this issue. The folks, our neighbors across the line in Colorado, are having the same issue. They have the they have the water before we do, and they have the uranium and the sulfates before we do. So they're having some of the same problem. They're talking about building big infrastructure to do some of that, but they're also trying to put practices in place to limit some of that water and those nutrients getting onto the shale. So.
That cover your question, sir? Any other questions before he steps away? Just a reminder for the audience and the committee that the compacts with other states are not our law. That is the congressional law. All compacts are approved by the U.S. Congress. And any changes to that have to go through Congress, and we know how quickly they work. So I believe that's the reason he said slim and none. With that, Representative Vaughn.
Hello, I had a question for Ms. Owens, if you have a second. Hi, thanks for being here today and for your overview of sedimentation in our reservoirs. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the projects that are aimed to prevent sedimentation, like stream bank stabilization, and what we're kind of doing to ensure that sedimentation doesn't get into the reservoirs, hopefully to begin with.
Okay, thank you. There are a number of programs that our office, as well as the Department of Agriculture and Kansas Department of Health and Environment, help support in terms of the land use practices above our reservoirs. So the general term stream bank stabilization is one that you might have heard before. There are other practices that we cost share with and that other agencies help with. We provide some support, and the conservation districts are also helpful in implementing those programs so that if you can improve the uses of land upstream, then the water is cleaner and filtered and doesn't carry as much sediment. And this also ties into some things that Earl was just talking about regarding non-point source pollution, because some of the issues are caused by agricultural runoff, which is non-point source, so it's not regulated. So those decisions turn on what are your practices and how you're using your land. And there is a lot of support lately and growing for soil health practices, which is a topic that covers a great deal of things, and the Department of Agriculture, as well as the Division of Conservation, is involved with that. But the idea is to modify and innovate, and in many ways kind of go back to some traditional practices with the soil so that you are getting nutrients back into the soil in a natural way. And that way the soil is better able to retain water and to grow more productively. And it also holds together better and filters water better and doesn't wash away quite so much. So there are certainly others in the room that could get more specific and more in the weeds about those kind of practices, but that's sort of a 30,000-foot view of that.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For the audience, to make you feel sorry for the committee, we realized on day one how complicated this was going to be. We took a quick look. There are 16 different agencies and offices that have their fingerprint in water within our state. And then we looked a little deeper, and there are 5 federal agencies. So what we did as a committee, we invited each one of them in, and it took the entire session. So we gathered, and if you'll go look, there are 200 megabytes of information out there for you to just leisurely look at if you so desire. But the committee is looking through all that information and digesting that and putting it together. So when we hit back into peak in January, we will sit down and go through all that information and come up with recommendations, possibly law changes, whatever is needed. But at that point, there will be public, we'll have their input as well again, and we'll move forward that way. But we all have preconceived ideas, but where our interest is for what's better for the state. And that's going to be our goal moving forward. Be done carefully, thoughtfully, and then if we come up with something, I'm not saying we will, but if we come up with something Then those recommendations will be placed in a bill or several bills, depends on how it works out. And those have to go through the process. The House first, because this is our committee, and it will have to go through the House first, and then it will go to the Senate. And the Senate does not have a corresponding water committee. So it will go to their Ag and Natural Resources Committee. I've been conversing with that chair all through the process. And so we're not in a vacuum here. We're working with everybody across the board, both chambers, keeping everybody informed. All the information we saw, anybody can go see it. It's available at the legislative website, our committee. All that information is out there. So if you so desire, you can pick out any day testimony and go look at it for yourself and study it. And if you have comments, please send them to the committee. We want all the information we get before we start to make any really hard and fast decision. So with that, I think C has been discussed. Saline is a term that's being used to cover all forms of what we call salt. So there's sulfates, uranium, and all kinds of other salts. So that's the saline. It's misleading. People see saline, they think just table salt. But it does not refer to just table salt, other unless you live in Wichita and then they've got their own problems up there. But we've looked at all the problems across the state. So now I'd like to turn the conversation over to infrastructure challenges. And we've seen firsthand in Lakin some of the infrastructure problems we're talking about, but those are not the only ones. I lay awake some nights thinking about this, but across the state, we have decaying and ancient water supply systems, water treatment systems, both incoming and outgoing. And these communities, if we want to help these communities survive in the future, we will have to figure out a way to help them. They cannot afford to replace water treatment facility, a small community of 200-300 people, and it's even larger than that. They just cannot afford what's coming forward. Lakin experienced theirs for the incoming treatment. And I think yesterday they told us the total cost on that was in excess of $6 million and climbing because they have the ongoing having to buy the membranes and all of that. So it's very costly. So that brings up the question, how are we going to help these communities in the future? So let's jump down to number 3. As a committee, how do you think we're going to organize, help the state overall? Looking at the water laws, that'll be more detailed. We'll have to get into that when we get back to Topeka in January. But the funding challenges, what do you think we have to do in the future to help? We all know, everybody in the room and everybody on the internet know that we don't have the money for this. It's not there, and it won't be. We cannot afford to raise the taxes, whether it be property, income, or whatever, to the magnitude to take care of this situation. So we're orphans out here when we're talking water. So what are your ideas for future funding to help the water situation in the state of Kansas?
Thank you. Where was it that they talked about in Lakin where they got their like 11 million that they thought was going to be swept away into something else into the general fund, but that they were able to get that either 9 or 11 million to help them?
That wasn't Lakin that was receiving that money. That was your GMD that was able to accomplish that. And so Lakin, if I remember correctly, they increased their water fee to $35 $6 per 5,000 gallon. And that was the increase that they needed to be able to afford that facility then.
What you're thinking of was some funding in the past, way before any of our time in the legislature. There was funding set aside for some, the water plan and all of that. And they talked about, there was 20 million, it was parked in the Attorney General's office, and then it disappeared. We can't do anything about that. That's past. We have to move forward. Michael. Representative Murphy.
Okay, that was from that settlement with Colorado, is where that came from. So it was from a lawsuit. It wasn't from state, well, it was from somebody's state funds, but.
Representative Riley.
And I remember that side conversation that we had with the manager at the plant. And there was a certain amount of money that their city manager got that they had to set that aside so it didn't get spent, that kind of thing. My point to you, Mr. Chairman, was I don't want to take off the table. You know, you've mentioned cities and states, the water supplies, but the case came in a side conversation yesterday with the person that does the treatment there in Lakin about the infrastructure, even in that little town, that they've tried to replace the infrastructure and they still have more that is dated back into the 30s and 40s of infrastructure. I would just like to remind you that I brought up before that we don't want to forget the rural water districts, and a lot of their lines were lines that were ran in the 40s and the 50s. So if we're talking about water infrastructure, it's not just the cities, it's a lot of the rural water districts and their lines that are going out to the different farmers for their supplies too, that some of them cannot afford to assess their own people to come up with the money for miles and miles. It's just kind of like the example of the electric co-ops of having to run miles and miles of electricity to go from farm to farm. Same thing as the water districts, rural water districts. They have such a long distance for such a small community of people. So thank you.
I did not mean to infer that they were excluded. I'm talking all the infrastructure across the state, include rural water systems. But we're talking a lot of money. So now nobody's broached the issue yet. How are we going to pay for all this in the future? We're not going to get it from taxes. That's just a fact. The tax committee chair will never hear one of those bills. Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that I've thought about a lot, and so I'm happy to kick off the conversation. But just to kind of emphasize the level of the underfunding that we've seen, the State Water Plan Fund hasn't been fully funded since 2008. And since 1991, that has led to a total underfunding of over $77 million. And I think $8 million for the State Water Plan Fund is a pretty conservative estimate. And I went back and looked at the Blue Ribbon Task Force, which was a bipartisan group of leaders who met in 2017 to address this very issue. And they estimated to fully fund the state water vision that it would cost closer to $55 million a year. So I think any way you look at it, we are really underfunding our water management and protection in Kansas. And this is a key part of the puzzle that we're hoping to, get out of these meetings and decisions and figure out what's next. And so, in looking at that Blue Ribbon Task Force and those results, Representative Smith and the chair may not be as in favor of this, but something they did recommend was a sales tax carve-off. That was their final recommendation, not to increase the sales tax itself, but to take 0.1% of the existing sales tax and dedicate that towards actually creating a sustainable fund for the implementation of the state water plan. And so I think that's at least worth discussion and figuring out why did the task force get to that conclusion, and how might our opinions differ? How can we improve that? So I think that's something at least worth looking into. And I think on top of that, some other creative ideas that I've heard, and this would be more in the future, so I don't want to hedge bets on this, but as our legislature continues to look at things like legalizing sports gambling, you know, a portion of that revenue could be dedicated to something such as the State Water Plan Fund. But a red flag that I do just want to raise, and hopefully something that we can consider along the way too, is you know, funds have been allocated for things like the Department of Transportation, and those funds have been siphoned off to pay for imbalances in the state budget. So I think we really need to have, in addition to a sustainable fund, a protected fund that can be used over time to implement these projects, because, you know, I think a few of us had the opportunity to visit the Kansas Water Authority meeting yesterday, and we see all the hard work they do to identify recommendations for our budget and for things that are really important for the future of water in Kansas in terms of funding. And we've been unable to meet their request again since 2008. So I think it's a big consideration and something that's important for us to address. And those are two ideas I had, but of course, would welcome discussion and open to other ideas as well. Thank you.
And thank you for that. To reiterate, we're not going to make any decisions today, but just throw some ideas and thoughts out. As you can see up above there, that I had some thoughts on this. The one thing we need to be very careful of is that when the money is allocated, wherever it comes from, we need to protect it. And so I've been thinking through this as possibly set up like the KPERS system, where you have a board overseeing the money and they make decisions. The people will come in with their budget requests. But we have to have enough to run the agencies now, but we have to have enough for the future so that we can help these communities, rural or city, doesn't matter, to replace, repair, whatever. And it won't be a gift. It'll be a cost share program. These are my ideas now. And but we have to do something to protect that money for the future. And we all are aware of the clawbacks and the going in, and we all aware of the K.dot bank, how that money was never left alone and it was borrowed from continuously. We've stopped that to a great extent. But our future is going to depend on water. We all know that. Now, there is some hope, we have our fingers crossed, that with this infrastructure bill that we will be receiving some money and it will be used, spread across other programs. But that is not going to solve the problem. And some people will see that and say, well, it's problem's over, but it's not. So with that in mind, any further comments on the future, how we're going to fund it? At least start thinking about it when we get back. Representative Newman?
I know you say that nobody is in favor of any new type of a tax. Water is one of the cheapest commodities that we use every day. And at some point in time, we're going to pay for it. And I still think there's some way that we use a user fee or something to increase the revenue that we receive from water. The thousands of gallons that we use on our operation every day for our spray rigs and everything. You know, I may have a $400 or $500 a month bill a few months out of the year. To me, that's cheap. That's cheap for what I use every day. And I truly believe that for a commodity that we use for survival, we need to pay for it. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments. And the one thing we have to be very careful of when we're thinking and doing something like this, that this becomes a statewide. There will not be one entity that will carry the load on this, whatever is decided. But back to the tax situation, a carve out of 1/10% of sales tax. What is sales tax revenue? Do you remember? Representative Smith, chair of the tax committee. Keep emphasizing.
Well, there's no. So when we look at sales tax, that that equals, I believe, one-tenth, probably.
One-tenth of 1% is what she was thinking of, but we have that number. And then you talked about the gambling. Unfortunately or fortunately, I've been involved in some of that negotiation on the gambling when I was vice chair of the Fed and State Committee. Depending on which way that should go, if the state turns it over to the casinos to manage the gambling, the sports gambling, that revenue would drop to about 10 million a year. If the state keeps it in-house, lottery system, it could advance up to $60 million a year. So that gives you kind of an idea of the amount of money. So with that, thank you for the information. We've already talked about the desilting of the dams. The last number I heard yesterday was it's going to cost about $6 million to have the pilot process, or is it $7 million now? About 6. Anyway, it's a lot of money. We allocated as a legislature last year, I think, close to $1 million towards that project. So we have a long way to go. We're hoping with this money that may be coming down, we'll get some of that and get that pilot process moving forward. So, any other topics that the committee would like to go into? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging and for having me as your guest today, filling in for as sub. But just on the general topic of revenue sources, I think there has been some discussion on it, but I do think it is important to remind folks, especially as we're looking at how we pay for different state services, looking at different revenue sources that are not from tax increases. Based on how you implemented a sports wagering or expanded gaming law, whether it's sports wagering, iLottery, historic horse races, gaming terminals, you could have upwards of $50 to $100 million a year in revenue. Looking at digital streaming services, that would generate $55 million a year, taxing Netflix and Hulu in the same way that we do all of our cable providers. Looking at things like marijuana legalization in an agricultural state, which isn't a heavy water usage crop, could generate over at least $100 million a year for full recreational marijuana. Looking at things like expanding Medicaid and taking the federal tax incentives of $460 million that we've left on the table by not expanding that healthcare coverage. There are ways that we can generate revenue to fund these core services and the improvements that we need. Hopefully the feds can get us some infrastructure money as well, but there are things on the table that do not require tax increases that can allow us to fund these sort of services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And everything you mentioned has to go through the legislative process. And we all know where that's gone so far at this point, but the future is the future. We don't know. As things come to the forefront, and hopefully we're beginning that process as a committee, making everyone in the state aware of how critical this issue is. And we will continue to have to share information across the state and get people interested in this. All right, we have a committee member that was unable to make it for health issues, but Representative Stogsdill has raised his hand on the WebEx and would like to chime in. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if this may not be the time to discuss it. I'm getting feedback here because I'm listening to you guys on the phone and watching you on my computer. So I just was wondering if there's any discussion, and maybe some folks from Western Kansas can speak to this, but I think part of our discussion in this whole water issue, are there alternative crop selections? Are there alternative agricultural methods and so on that we should be looking at in light of the fact that the amount of water we've had in the past may not be there in the future? Maybe this is something we could have some people from the agriculture department at K-State or something come in and talk to us about at some point in time. But it looks to me like that ought to be an integral part of our conversation and our investigation into all of this. That are we going to be able to sustain the agricultural practices and crops that we have been doing in Kansas all along? And if not, what are the alternatives?
Thank you for that. I'm not sure, is there anybody in the audience that wants to try to tackle that? Representative Smith, jump in, please.
Well, I'll just say, as a farmer and rancher, I know that farmers are some of the most creative, innovative people. That's a tough situation, whether it's fixing something with baling wire or duct tape or whatever they have to do. But there are a lot of alternative crops that are being explored. Don't work in certain regions due to growing seasons, different things, but we're always looking for new ways to produce, not only produce the crop, but then we have to create the processing plants, whatever that crop is, whether it's a seed crop or an oil crop or whatever that product is. You have to create the infrastructure and the processing and the distribution and the marketing. There's also a lot of significant efforts that producers are doing primarily independently on regenerative agriculture that uses the water that they do have much more efficiently, therefore reduces the amount of water that's needed. But there are a lot of different things that are being explored and tested and tried, and farmers are doing a really good job, and any assistance that they can get from the state level as far as research and things like that helps them. Those are hard lessons that they don't have to learn themselves. So we work together, farmers and ranchers, really try to share information as much as we can, and there are a lot of efforts going on there.
Thank you for that. People weren't aware of that, but I see two people in the audience I'm going to call on if they're willing. The Secretary of Agriculture, if he would like to address this issue. Secretary Mike Beam. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Well, sure, thank you. Just a brief comment or observation. It was mentioned that the water plan has funding devoted to various projects, and I know historically and even currently there's some money devoted to trying to find crops that would be less water intensive and find the research. The two that come to mind would be cotton, sorghum to some extent. There's been some look at hemp. I think most people who are looking for that would say it's been woefully underfunded. It's been a fairly small part of the budget, but I think there's continued interest in trying to find that technology. The private companies who are breeding crops, the more traditional ones, have done a pretty phenomenal job in the varieties that we have today compared to what we had even 10 years ago. So I think the private sector research will continue to find and identify crops that take less water, market-driven primarily. So, but there needs to be and should be even more effort, if possible, in that area.
Thank you for that, and I agree that, and part of our funding discussion will be to further that research. So that will have to be part of the funding stream that hopefully will develop in the future. And next, I'd like to call on the person that spoke last night, Mr. Bill Golden. Would you like to make your comments, please? And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dan Devlin is not here, so I will speak for him. We have just started a new project at Kansas State. We started it last year. We've secured about $500,000 a year in funding for the next 3 or 4 years from the USDA and from KDA has helped, looking at cotton in thermo-limited areas. Cotton might have great potential here in southwest Kansas. The benefit is that it generates the profit of corn on half the water. So we're getting very serious about taking a look at cotton in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment on industrial hemp. You know, we have an industrial hemp program in Kansas and legalized that, but I think it's still too heavily regulated. A lot of the farmers that I talk to say that they don't want to get into it because of there's such high fees involved with it and just a lot of other red tape and regulations. And I think if we could reduce some of that red tape and regulations, and industrial hemp could grow in our state. And I've read that industrial hemp only takes about a third of the amount of water that corn takes in order to grow. And so I think, you know, that's something, and that's a crop that would greatly reduce water consumption in our state if that could actually take off. And I think for it to take off, we need to look at reducing some of the red tape and regulations on it.
Thank you. And again, I have intimate knowledge on that one. Past Chair of Agriculture and Mr. Hamilton and I and Titus, if he's still in the room, we worked heavily on getting those regulations done. The problem is the USDA is in control of that. And we had to work within their parameters. We pushed and shoved and wrote letters and talked to them. And we did get some changes that we got passed in the industrial hemp program, where the fees were reduced drastically and some of the onerous oversight and all of that. It's still not perfect. We know that. But we will have to work through USDA to get them to lighten up on their requirements. And we're not giving up. We'll move forward on that as well. Well, committee, we have used up our allotted time. What we will do now is we will break. We will recess from the committee meeting. We will go take a quick tour, lunch, to look at technical farm, how that operates and what they're doing. And then we'll come back for some more committee meetings in the afternoon, and will be some panel discussion. I'm looking forward to those. So with that, we are in recess. Thanks, everyone.
Test.
We'll call the meeting to order again. Thank you all for coming. This afternoon, we'll have two panel sessions, and I will be turning it over to them in a moment. But first, we want to thank Garden City Community College for allowing us to use the facilities. And I'd like to introduce then Ryan Ruda, the president of Garden City Community College. Sir, thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to welcome you to Garden City Community College. It's great to be able to host this event, any event that we have opportunities for across Kansas to be offered. You know, I think the one thing, and I'm not going to deviate from the work and the true work that you have here in front, but, you know, the thing that I would say is, you know, with our classes starting here this semester, a lot of the things that we have that are really working within the ag industry, a lot of the things that we have within the meat industry that are all relevant and important to the work that we do here within this community in this region, all rely on water. So the work and the decisions and things that are really helping to drive this region and our economy, we appreciate the work and the efforts that you do in being able to continue moving this region and this state forward. So on behalf of Garden City Community College, we welcome you. Happy to have you back anytime. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on. We're going to have a panel on LEMAs. We've heard a lot about them. We're going to have a panel discussion, people that know more about it than most. And we're going to kick it off with an introductory remarks by Mark Rude, GMD3, Director, Chair, whatever. And then he will turn it over to Susan Metzger, who will be moderating the panel. With that, Mr. Rude.
Okay, I get 10 minutes and no more than 10 minutes, and that's challenging for me sometimes. So I'm not going to do any PowerPoints, just make a couple of comments. Really glad then that Susan, the organizer, has put this together. I think we had originally had some producers from the Kearney Finney Lima effort down here. And then there was just sort of multiple communications with some of the dynamics with Representative Jennings, and this is the way it shook out, and this is awesome. So I think I've got 10 minutes here, or 8 now, to make a couple of comments. And I just want to thank you all again, because you being here is such an encouragement to the area. And I think that's what we need, is encouragement on when you talk about the carrots and the sticks that you heard earlier at lunchtime. They're certainly there, but there's a whole lot of other things going on in agriculture and with the individual producers and families and corporations, and they're at a lot of different places regarding debt and profitability and reliance on the water. So each has their own story, and that's part of being a community, and then trying to work at the community level to solve community problems. I mean, that's where it happens. Let me just read you a couple of things right out of our draft revised management program document, because the legislature envisioned groundwater districts to operate, not only form, but then operate under management program, not plan, program. Of course, the definition of a program is a description of the interrelationships, partnerships that are there to carry out the mission. And in this case, the mission being to manage this important groundwater resource. So we've been working to try to update that and get that. And of course, that process is chief engineer reviews it for legality and consistency with the basic laws and policies of the state. And then we go to public hearings and talk to our members. We haven't got there yet with this draft, and we're working with getting a lot of good input from the chief engineer and his staff on this document. But it includes LIMAs, and let me read this. The legislature added new GMDA tool in 2012 for GMDs after more than a decade of development work by the Northwest Kansas GMD4 and partners. The Local Enhanced Management Area, or LEMA, statute 82A 1041 provides a procedural structure for the development of LEMA management plans to be adopted by a GMD and recommended to the chief engineer for implementation. When members come together to seek ways to extend supply and reduce the rate of groundwater decline, the GMD board fulfills its purposes under state and local policy to represent member interests with respect to their water rights, use, and supply in legal and administrative procedures or before political bodies. The board has the authority to adopt a LEMA plan and seek acceptance by the chief engineer, who must consider only the requested plan for implementation. A LEMA plan can be recommended to the GMD3 board, for example, by members as a priority groundwater management area to be further managed with infrastructure development and or corrective controls in the public interest. Basic steps for establishing a GMD LEMA involve, and this is the discussion from the GMD3 board particularly, formulation of a plan generally accepted by area members, presentation of the plan to the board, board adoption of the plan, board request for a LEMA to the chief engineer based on the plan, 2 prescribed public hearings considering the proposed plan are in the statute, and a decision order of the chief engineer approving, returning, or rejecting the LEMA. Any LEMA plan proposed to the board for adoption shall include, this is particularly a GMD3 board set of criteria, a clear groundwater management goal, a basis for the proposed boundaries, 3, evidence in the record of plan development that multiple alternatives were formulated for setting corrective controls on member water rights, including use of the principle of prior appropriation. 4, reasoning for the use or rejection of each alternative. And 5, the recommended strategy for determining the will of the eligible voters of the district having property rights within the proposed LEMA area. Previous work on the Kearney-Finney LEMA is available online. There's a link. GMD3 will support LEMA development with group facilitation resources and evaluate suggested goals for corrective controls, including impacts to property valuation, economy, and the management program. So that's right out of our draft program document. Really summarizes gist, but then of course the story is in the journey. And so with that, I will turn that over to Susan for her part of this.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. So again, my name is Susan Metzger. I'm with Kansas State University, and I have the pleasure of moderating this afternoon's panel on local enhanced management areas. And as Mark outlined for you all, the journey that somebody may go through to develop a LEMA, the individuals that you're going to hear from this afternoon have gone through that journey, are very aware of it, and can share with you the pros and cons from their own experience. So we'll do some in-depth introductions, but Brett Oakey is here on my right, and Frank Mercurio is here on my left, and Farron Watt is above my head. So we might do a quick audio check to make sure Farron can hear us. Thumbs up. Awesome. And if we can unmute him and see if we can hear Farron.
Okay, can you hear me, Susan?
We can hear you loud and clear. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Very good. So we're just going to start with Brett, and we're going to do a round of introductions, and I'll just ask them to share their name, where they're from, and just your own personal experience with LEMAs. We'll start with you, Brett.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, my name is Brett Oakey. I am the current chairman of the GMD4 board, and so my farm is just northwest of Hoxie, Kansas. Our farm actually sits on the very north side of the original SD6 high priority area, SD6 LEMA. So Being right on that boundary line, we have both wells inside and outside of the SD6 Lima. Our farm is comprised of me, my dad, and my brother-in-law. We're probably 1/3 irrigated, 2/3 dry land. Also I run a personally registered Angus cow-calf operation. My brother-in-law has a probably 500 head backgrounding steer operation. And all in all, we probably farm about 9,000 acres collectively.
I'm Frank Mercurio. I am excuse me, an engineer. I'm licensed in Kansas, Colorado, and Oklahoma. I work for Syracuse Dairy. Syracuse Dairy operates 5 dairies and a feed yard in southwest Kansas. And we recently completed and are now operating a dairy and a feed yard in southeast Colorado, but just barely. It's only 2 miles across the state line. We currently milk about 32,000 cows a day. Being interests, both irrigated and dry land. Very interest in the beef cattle interest. My role with them is basically to handle in-house engineering projects, especially those related to water resources, and to also deal with regulatory compliance requirements such as we have with KDHE.
And now you, Farron, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Susan, and thank you for this committee for allowing us to give our opinion on the Lima. My name is Farron Watt. I live in Leota. My brother and my son-in-law and I farm together primarily in the northwest part of Wichita County and into Greeley, Logan, and Wallace County. We're about 20% irrigated, 80% dry land. We're like Brett, we have a Red Angus cow herd, and we raise corn and wheat, occasionally some soybeans and milo. We're a fifth, my son-in-law is the 5th generation in this operation. And I'll talk a little more about the generational thing a little bit later, but we really believe in water conservation. We started talking about a Lima here in Wichita County about 10 years ago. And finally, this is the first year of that Lima. We have been in a water conservation, we're in the 5th year of a WCA that's a voluntary WCA, and there's about 12 to 15% of the acres, which would include a bigger percent of the water in Wichita County in this WCA. And we're seeing good results. So we'll talk more later, but that's our introduction. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Farron. So now we just have a couple of questions in topic just to highlight some of the things that might be curious to you about the pros and cons of Limas from those that have experienced it personally. So I'm just going to start with Brett. So Brett, last night the committee had a chance to hear a presentation from Dr. Bill Golden on the economics of your Lima, the SD6 Lima. And so he shared some positive information about the profitability that those producers are seeing, but you're actually living in that Lima, and you have land inside and outside. So if you can share from your own perspective what you're seeing from an economic impact.
So yes, like I said, our farm sits right on the north edge of the SD6 Lima. So being that we have irrigation wells both inside and outside. And actually I was one of the participants in Dr. Golden's study because that said that such a unique dynamic where I had both inside and outside. Going into it, just like anybody else, I mean, we all knew that we needed to do something. We had to conserve water, but everybody was worried about the economic impact that it could propose. Everybody was nervous. At the end of the day, we actually came out on our farm making more money inside the Lima than we did outside the Lima. So by being involved with Dr. Golden's study and learning all this, we have now actually adopted everything that we learned inside the Lima to our irrigation wells on the outside of the Lima to increase the whole farm profitability across the whole scale.
So Farron, a little bit of follow-up for you. You had mentioned that you had started out in the Wichita County WCA, and then the local residents decided to formalize that and make it a countywide Lima. So can you share from your perspective why the locals felt they wanted to make that jump from the WCA to a LEMA.
Well, it was a long drawn out process. As I said, we've been at this for about 10 years, and some of us decided to go ahead and take our own step with the WCA. Our water has just been declining at too rapid of a pace. I think that we all carry some responsibility for this problem that we have. And I think we've all thought, if we will just ignore this, it will go away. Well, it is water and it is going away. So we were right about that, but we're wrong in the way that we've handled it, because we should have started this much quicker. We don't know how the LEMA is working necessarily yet, because we're just into it about 8 months. But the WCA is definitely working well, because in the case of our farm, we have, I picked 2 examples. One farm has a annual allocation of 474 acre feet a year. In the years 17, 18, 19, and 20, we averaged using 380 acre feet. So we only used 80% of our allocation, which was a 20% reduction, or a 29% reduction from the 5-year or 7-year average between 2009 and 2015. So not only did we take the reduction of the WCA, but we've saved an additional 20% over and above that. And Brett makes a really good point in that we're making just as much or more money in the saving water than we were just pumping it without any concern. Our corn yields are 220 to 250, and I think that's comparable for the corn yields in this area. And we're doing that with a tremendous amount of savings. On another farm, the results are very similar. I think the other thing that's really something we can be proud of is the fact that we have banked about 75% of a year's worth of usage in these 4 years. So we've almost saved 1 year in 4's worth of water through conservation. And the nice thing about our banking system is, in the tough years like last year, and this year started out really well, and it's gotten tough toward the end, we have that water in our reserve to use, which is still allowing us to take the initial cut and have water to use that's banked beyond that. I think the LEMA will be fine. I personally don't think it is strong enough. You know, we started out with our 29% cut based on Brownie Wilson's information about the decline, and we wanted to get to sustainability. I believe that we have almost reached sustainability in the WCA. I hope we can achieve that in the LEMA, but I personally don't think it is quite strong enough. And then, in addition to that, the other counties that surround us that are in GMD1 are not in LEMA. I know there's a proposed LEMA. Personally, I don't think it's strong enough, but we're taking some of the right steps, but I hope it's not too little too late. Susan.
Appreciate that, Farron. I really liked how you talked about some of those flexibilities, because it makes me think of a question for Frank. Oftentimes people are concerned when they talk about water conservation programs like a LEMA that it doesn't mean the same thing for irrigation that it does for livestock uses and other uses made of water, such as municipal uses. But you've had an experience now working with a dairy and also helping Farron and Wichita County look at some of their considerations. What do you think some of the considerations are when entering into a LEMA for those different uses made of water?
First of all, I was privileged to be part of the team that developed the Wichita County WCA. So Farron was one of our leaders there, and that was a extremely rewarding process. It was an aggressive target. Like you said, an initial 29% cut that gets ramped up to even more every 7 years. And he's proven, the folks there have proven that it's successful. And one of the motivations for even starting that came from the livestock sector. There's a beef cattle feed yard that's a very large facility, a main driver of the economy in Wichita County. And they were running out of water, and their neighbors were running out of water. And obviously you need enough water to support the operation, but you also need water to support feed. And one thing I really want to emphasize is the complete interconnection between the livestock industry as the local market for the agricultural producer, the production of feed to make that livestock production possible, and a decent amount of water to support a community. We can have a decent standard of living, have workers. Because when we go from farming to livestock, we have a lot higher requirements for employment, and it ramps up even more in the dairy business that I'm a part of. So if we cannot maintain that basic resource base, we can't have our market, we can't keep agriculture, we can't keep our community. That's my motivation for being involved in the Wichita County WCA. And now that I'm with Syracuse Dairy, we do have a WCA at one of our dairies in Stanton County in an area that's pretty heavily depleted, very similar to Wichita County. That WCA is more about flexibility and helping us use water very efficiently to support our dairy, our livestock. We also instituted a water technology farm there in 2020, which happened to be a very challenging year. And can't say we made as much progress as we wanted to. But we did look at some technology, some soil moisture monitoring to help us do a better job of irrigating with our wastewater, which that's our primary source of irrigation water at that dairy. We also got some high-tech water meters in place to help us understand where we're using water and manage it better. And our kind of one of our final goals is to work with some filtration technology so that we can take a portion of our wastewater, recycle it, and reuse it in the dairy for some of the less critical functions where we do need water. That's something that we think holds a lot of value, but there's a technological challenge here. We're not quite there yet. Hoping to have a system in place next year, but we still have some development to go. And I would also, since I have this audience, I would also like to tell you that when we look at in the livestock industry, when we look at water reuse and water recycling, big prize is to be able to take our wastewater, which we have a lot of. We build gigantic wastewater retention ponds and have hundreds and thousands of acre feet of that. We could treat that, use that as a source for livestock consumption that meets all health requirements. That would be a home run for Southwest Kansas and Oregon.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. And I think that those comments about the relationship in a community with the livestock producers and the local irrigators probably resonates with you, Brett, and the relationship with Hoxie Feeders and your Lima. So both you and Farron talked about that you started with a Lima with certain requirements. For Farron, it was a WCA. And then another Lima, in your case, district-wide, came in around you, less restrictive than your own Lima around the same time that you had a choice locally of either rolling into another 5 years or taking up the new requirements of the district-wide. So what were some of the local considerations that kept you in a more restrictive Lima?
So, the first 5 years, SD6 went from that January 1st, 2013, that first 5-year period after the Lima statute was enacted. And then after that was the next 5-year when we came in, that was when the whole GMD wide Lima came into effect, the greater GMD, I should say. Just as anything, if it's a Lima or a WCA or whatever, the way it was written, if you wanted to be pump less water than what because like right there where our farm at, it's allocated 15.2 inches. Literally across the road is SD6 at 11 inches. We had the option as, an SD6 advisory committee and everything to take that 15.2 allocation because it was given by the GMD4 board. What we had proved over the first 5 years of our Lima, and this is even coming off the 2012 drought, which everybody knows how bad the 2012 drought was. We averaged about a 10 to 15% reduction below our 11-inch goal. There were some years we were saving 20 to 30% under our 20% savings we initially drafted. So we, as farmers and the SD6 Advisory Committee, knew that yes, we can take the 15.2 allocation that GMD4 is allocating to us, but we've proven for the past 5 years we don't need it. We can live on 9 to 10 to 11 inches. So we wanted to make a precedence that yes, we have that opportunity, but no, we're going to stick with what we're going to do and continue on down the road. And it's still proven to be a viable option, and it's a great thing that we did it that way too.
Thanks, Brett. How about you, Farron? I mean, you spoke to that a little bit, that you thought even maybe the conditions of your WCA aren't enough, but you still had the choice going into a Lima. You could have opted for the less restrictive water use requirements. So what were your personal motivations?
Well, our Lima is less restrictive than our WCA, and so consequently, we have the choice that we can go back to the Lima or go into the Lima or stick with our WCA, which we have chose to stick with the more restrictive because, again, it comes back to sustainability. I guess I'm of the school that if you have $100 in your checking account or 100 gallons of water, and you use more than that, you're gonna run out, or you're gonna go broke. I guess whichever the case may be. So we've chose to stay with the more restrictive, and it goes back to what Brett said. We've found that we're just as successful, or in some cases maybe more so, using less water than we are using more. And then again, I commented earlier about the banking of our water in the WCA. We have the ability to bank and take the savings that we have earned and move those forward into the harder years. So it's just been a matter of, we believe it's the right thing to do to make our farms last longer. And I'll talk a little more about it later, but also to invest in the future of our families and our community.
Thank you, Farron. So we heard about it a little bit from Dr. Golden last night, but often folks say that the Lima is just not enough to actually make an impact. If you reduce water use 10 to 15%, that's actually going to make a measurable impact in the aquifer in the short and long term. And so we heard anecdotally from Dr. Golden about that last night, but you've had some experience, Fred, in actually seeing some of the water use changes, if you want to speak to that.
So I really don't know what drove my grandfather and my father to do this, but there is on our farm about a half a dozen irrigation wells that we can measure the water table on because it's got an observation tube off the side of it. And I don't know what drove them to do this in the early 1990s, late 1880s, but they have been tracking our water level ever since that point, both inside and outside the Lima. It was amazing to watch, when I came onto the scene. I'd been operating for about 10 years prior to the SD6 Lima. Then once the Lima came in, it was interesting to sit down and graph and plot the numbers. The wells that we were measuring inside the SD6 Lima, it became a more parabolic flattening curve, whereas the wells that were outside the Lima, they were still showing, a significant decline. And the one irrigation well that we measured there on our home section to the one across the road, literally in SD6, is less than a mile, and hydrologically we're seeing this versus this. It was interesting to see that. I mean, we've all known that water's, it's encased in sand and gravel and everything like that in the aquifer, but just within 1 mile that you could see in real time that what we are doing is conserving the water right below our feet. That was quite amazing to see that.
Now, Farron, maybe it's too soon to tell for your area, but what are you seeing in your local aquifer conditions?
So we have the Kansas Water District has they have a index well right here on our place, and it's not it's within about 3/4 of a mile of the closest irrigation. That index well, since it's been put in, which was about the same time of our WCA, that index well hasn't changed more than just 6 or 7 inches since then. So we accredit a lot of that to the savings going on in the surrounding area. And then we have wells that are measured every year. Brett, I wish my father and grandfather would have had the insight yours did to take those measurements long term, but we're not seeing but just a few inches of decline where this WCA is the most prevalent. And then I hear of other areas where they could be losing up to a foot of water a year. So we're seeing a positive impact. The savings that we have are still in the account. They're still encased in that gravel and sand, and we're able to keep it. And so we think our sustainability is becoming a reality because of the efforts that we're making.
Thank you, Farron. That's encouraging. And I'm sure many of you have heard Brownie Wilson share before that groundwater moves relatively slowly. And so savings that you have on your own property generally benefit you in your local area. So 2 great examples of that actually occurring. So now the LEMA tool's been available for a little bit better than 10 years, but we just have 3 in place. We have SD6, GMD4, and the Wichita County LEMA. So we've had the tool for 10 years, and it seems to be working well in your own experience. What are your thoughts on why it's not been more widely adopted? And I'll just share that question for each of you.
So my personal thinking on why, other areas or people have not adopted LEMAs was, when we enacted SD6, everybody was afraid of the economic impact. I've got 2 daughters and 1 son. The future of the community, if they want to come back and farm, I'm a 5th generation. If they want to be a 6th generation, of course, ultimately profitability. At the end of the day, everybody's going to answer to a banker. You borrow money from him, he's going to want it back. So I think personally is just the fear of the unknown. If I do this, am I going to be able to continue my profitability? Will be able to pass it on to my next generation, or will it end with me because I go bankrupt? Personally, I think that most of it is the economic side of it. Another thing is, farming is not a predictable game. Mother Nature can throw you a curveball any day of the week. But you take an operation like ours that my grandpa drilled his irrigation wells in the 60s. Over the years, we've learned, okay, if I plant this many seeds per acre and I fertilize this much fertilizer and I put out this much water, I can probably realistically take this much money back to the bank. It's that predictability that there's no unknowns anymore. Well, I think with the fear of that unknown is probably what's holding up a lot of people economically and just mentally, personally.
I think Brett pretty much nailed it. I'll just say it in slightly different manner. Water is the best crop insurance there is. It can cover up some mistakes, can produce something no matter what, just about. It's so beneficial to agricultural production that you hate to cut it too thin and increase your risk and cut your safety factor. Those are a little bit different terms, but I think I'm just using different words to say exactly what Brett said.
Thanks, Frank. How about you, Farron? Why do you think they aren't more?
Well, I agree with both comments from Brett and Frank. I think the things that I would add to that are maybe in a word, greed. I think it's easy to get greedy. I think sometimes it clouds our vision. We become short-sighted. We just, $8 corn there years ago, and then this year we had times there was corn trading at over $7.50. And I think that just causes people to kind of go crazy and think, gosh, we've got to do more of this, and greed kicks in. So all of a sudden we lose sight of the future. This is not something that, we're all here for just a short period of time, if you think about it. and we have a responsibility to leave some of the natural resources for the future. So I think greed is another thing that I would add to their comments, Susan.
Thank you, Farron. So Farron, another question then for you. So each of you have spoke about a positive experience with LEMA. What would you say are the drawbacks of the LEMA tool?
Well, similar to what I said earlier, I don't think the LEMAs that we have in place, we don't have enough LEMAs in place, first of all. And second of all, I don't think they're restrictive enough because, again, we haven't reached sustainability and we've already damaged the aquifer more than we should have. I wish that we could get to sustainability throughout the Ogallala all the way from Nebraska to Texas, because even though the water doesn't move very quickly to Brownie's studies and work, it's still moving some. And the longer that we ignore and don't put these LEMAs into play, the more restrictive it's, or the more reduction we're going to have. I thought it was interesting. I ran into a neighbor up in Wallace County the other day, and he shared two stories with me. He told me about a house where a single gentleman lives, and there's some grass there. He actually keeps, this neighbor I was talking to, keeps 5 bulls there in the off season, and the well has got to where it won't support 5 bulls and 1 person living in the house. And then not far from there, there's a church. Some of you may be familiar with the Dynast Church in Wallace County. And on Sundays, there's nobody lives. There's not a home there. There's nobody lives there, but it's a little country church. And on Sunday, by the time they have Sunday school and church, the restrooms, the facilities won't refill with water by the time they've been there 2 hours. I don't know what more we need to know than we need to stop using so much water, because people are literally running out of water, and there's irrigation wells throughout this whole area that have been shut down over the years, and there's more every year that gets shut down. So we're not doing enough, is my opinion, Susan.
Thank you, Farron. So I think just the final question would just be inviting each of the panelists to share anything else you think would be helpful for the committee to know about LEMAs and your personal experience, or any closing comments. And then, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, just opening it up for questions from the committee. So we'll go with you, Brett, then Frank, and then we'll close with Farron.
Number one, I guess I want to thank everybody that enacted the LEMA statute, whoever, I mean, ultimately that was. Thank you for doing that. That gave us opportunities to conserve water. We all know we needed to do it. I've thought and thought and thought since I've been selected on this panel of any negativities of a LEMA, what I would change if I had the power to change it. Since that day, the only thing that I would change is I wish it would have been done 20 years earlier. Then we could have really done something. But that's water under the bridge, and you cannot change that. From everything that I've experienced in the going on 10 years we've been involved in the LEMAs between SD6 and the GMD4, it's a great tool. I'll back it 110%. I mean, it's a great, and I'm thankful for everybody that voted for it and allowed us to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out to Southwest Kansas. We appreciate it. We know that some people think this is the middle of nowhere, but this is where we live, and we love it, and we live here by choice. So we're glad you're taking an interest in us. In our work in the Wichita County WCA, and also watching GMD1 develop the Wichita County LEMA and their ongoing efforts, we have gotten really good support from our state agencies. Division of Water Resources, Kansas Water Office, Kansas Geological Survey helped us all that they could when we just kept asking for them to run another model and another model and another scenario. They kept doing it. They gave us really good support. I think that from the technical side, we've been very well supported from those agencies. And I really do think that Division of Water Resources wants us to be successful, wants us to make this progress. And I think the input that they've had, along with Kansas Water Office, on the WCA statutes and on the Lima statutes have been positive. It's just like anything else. It's a big project. We're not going to get it right the first time. And there's things I don't like, little details I don't like about those statutes, but they're all fixable. They can all be changed. And I think the main thing is we just got to dig in and do something. We just, the biggest impediment that I've seen is we'll all agree we got to conserve water. You can look at the studies, you can look at the polls and the surveys, but when it comes down to exactly how do we do it, how do we carve up the water, who gets which share, that's where we get bogged down. And sooner or later, we just got to come to a consensus and say, it doesn't matter which method we choose. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to have to readjust it, but we've got to do something.
Thank you, Frank. So progress over perfection. Very good. Farron, any closing comments?
Yeah, thank you, Susan, and thank you to this committee for coming out and hearing our story. And I would encourage you to continue to support us like you have. I'll tell just a little quick story because I think this is really what the basis of my love for farming is. My great grandfather and his family walked to the Missouri Pacific train station in north central Missouri back in the early 1900s. His wife and his 5 children. They had what they could carry and they had a few dollars. He told the conductor, he said, "Take us as far west as this money will take us." When they got to Healy, Kansas, that's where the fare ran out. So they left on a leap of faith. They didn't know where they were going, but Healy's where they landed. So they got off the train and got a job. And so my grandfather and one of his brothers settled and started farming at Healy and then here at Leota. And so I've got cousins, and so my cousins are 5th generations in their farm, and so are we. My grandfather drilled wells here on this farm in the late 50s and early 60s. He passed that water on to my father, who passed it on to us, and it's been a part of our lifestyle, and it's certainly been to our benefit. But I also don't want to forget the fact that something we have now was passed on to us by previous generations. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we have the water here, not only for farming, but for the livelihood of our communities, because I think it's a kind of sort of I don't know, it's sort of a deal where these little communities, for whatever reason, the young people are coming back. And there's a lot of young people coming back because they want to be involved in their family. They want to, with their family, they want to be involved in farming. And so they're here, they're raising their families, having children, and they want to raise their families here where it's safe and where it's a good environment. And so we have, I believe, the ultimate responsibility to conserve this water and the resources that we have for future generations. Because if we run out of water, it's not going to be sustainable to keep these communities alive. So with all those young people and those families, we keep our schools, our communities are alive, the churches, the grocery stores, and they won't be here if we don't save this water to help keep these communities alive. So my plea to you is help us to keep these communities alive and sustain this water and keep these young people here and keep them on the farm. And I guess that's my closing comment. And again, I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Farron, and thanks to Frank and Brett and Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to moderate this panel. And if it works for you, and I know we're right at 2:30 then. If you have questions, or I'm sure that these folks will be very accessible during a break.
Water laws. We are dealing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Mr. Mike Ramsey. He has been a practitioner of Kansas water law here in Garden City for a very long time. He is highly esteemed and respected across the state as an expert in the field, and we are very lucky to have him. So I will turn this over to Mike.
PowerPoint, so I need some tech help. We'll have some high tech mixed with low tech because I'm going to have to call for the next slide. So we're trying to open up a path here so we can have communication. Chairman Highland and members of the House Water Committee, I want to thank all of you for taking time from your busy lives to serve the state of Kansas by coming out here, not as far west as you can get, but almost as far west as you can get, spending some time learning on the ground about issues that you will be confronting as you develop policy. We really appreciate it. More high tech. Okay. Okay, next slide. Well, maybe. There we go. Goes without saying that water is the essential resource. You're here because water is the essential resource. Food, goods, energy, service, communities. The slide is loading slowly. Residential and recreation. Those, every aspect of our lives deals with water. And we need it to live on Earth, in Kansas, in communities. We need it for our economy. And it is a finite resource. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through some statistics. Some of these are a little dated. I took these from a presentation I gave several years ago. So think more in terms of relative numbers than absolutes. This information came from the Kansas Water Office a few years ago, just to show you the relative use of water in communities by citizens of this fair state. In western Kansas, we use more water than in eastern Kansas. Drier here. We have to water lawns and shrubs and trees. How many of you here on the committee can visualize an acre foot of water? And don't be afraid to say you can't. Everybody? Oh, so not everybody. If you think about a football field, excluding the end zone, that's about 10% larger than an acre. Just think of a football field. Every time I have acre feet up on the screen, that's an annual number. That's annualized. So for western Kansas, think of a football field with 328 feet of water sitting on it. About 33 stories high. That would take care of 1,000 people in the community for a year. Next slide. I don't know if you went by Sunflower Electric Power Corporation out east of Garden City. You may have seen it on the horizon, generating baseload electricity using coal technology, clean coal technology, they would like to say. Their water rights for that plant come from 6 wells. Checked it yesterday. 6 wells have total permitted quantity of 4,575 acre feet per year. So now take that football field and imagine 4,575 feet, not quite a mile high. Takes about, as a 1,300 acre feet per 100 megawatt of capacity. Next slide. Ethanol. We haven't had any new ethanol plants in Kansas lately, I don't think. But as you all know, alcohol has water in it. It takes about 3 to 5 gallons, depending on the efficiency of the plant, to make 1 gallon of ethanol. So that's another use for water. The newer plants may be below 3 by now. I suppose some folks behind me could probably speak to that, but that was the knowledge I had at the time I prepared this slide. Next slide, please. Now we're getting close to home. Dairy cows, feedlots. Scott County, Finney County, all of Southwest Kansas. Highly developed for these 2 industries. Dairy cows take more water, of course, because they're creating milk. And beef cattle don't take quite so much, a little less than half. So 40 acre feet would take care of 1,000 cows for a year. But multiply that by 10,000 head for a feed yard would take about 112 to 168 acre feet, depending on the size of the animal and how long it's on feed. The smaller animals use less, the larger animals more. Next slide. So we have this dilemma in Kansas. We have a finite water supply statewide due to our geographic limitations. our water has already been depleted in some locations, both surface waters and groundwaters. And we know intuitively that as we develop new industries, new communities, any sort of development leads to stress on the supply. And what that tends to push in Kansas is to push water away from agricultural use toward other uses, especially in areas where no new water rights are available. As they say, water flows uphill to money, at least sometimes uphill to money. Next slide, please. And this is something I'm preaching to the choir here. You already know this. You know that most of the lakes and reservoirs are in central to eastern Kansas. So surface water is the big player there, except for the alluvial valleys. Alluvium is the gravel, sand and gravel laid down in a river stream, so you can drill a well there and produce water from groundwater next to the stream. Next slide. Groundwater is statewide, but mostly in western Kansas. This slide is a bit difficult to read, but if you see an area that's speckled, that is a groundwater alluvial resource. The colored locations are the groundwater management districts. Mostly they overlay the alluvium or other groundwater aquifers. Next slide, please. This is just background. In Kansas, unlike the state of Texas, water is a public resource. It has been dedicated to the people of our state. That occurred on June 28, 1945, when that legislative body enacted the Kansas Water Appropriation Act. Individuals don't own water in Kansas. When you have a water right, you don't own the water. When you live next to a river, you don't own the water in the river. If you live on land that has an aquifer under it, you don't own the water in the aquifer. It is a community resource. Next slide, please. Do not have a water right in Kansas, you cannot use water. That simple. If you use water without a water right in Kansas and your use is discovered, you're in trouble. It can be civil action or a criminal action without a water right in the state of Kansas. So how do you acquire a water right? You either develop a new water right, or in areas that are closed to new water rights, you have to acquire an existing water right. My practice for the most part for the last 15 years has been the latter, acquisition of water rights for cities, industries, livestock enterprises. It's been shifting water from one use to the other. So I find myself working many times on that type of water right work. Depletion has caused an acceleration of that process because I'll mention this at some point about a paper water right, but a paper water right is a water right that has been registered on the rolls as an existing water right, but the hydrology and geology is such that there is no water to be had. It's been depleted. So you have a paper water right, but you don't have water. And many water users in this part of the state find that they can no longer, especially municipalities and industries, and to a great degree, the livestock industry, they're finding that they have to reach out farther and farther for water resources to support their industry or to support the community. And they have to do that through acquisition because there are no new water rights being developed here. Fortunately, in eastern Kansas, that's not the case, but it's moving in that direction. I think the Kansas River, probably in the next decade, would be fully appropriated. Could be. Next slide, please. This is taken from Kansas Water Appropriation Act, Section 1. We have two types of water rights in Kansas: vested rights and appropriation rights. A water right is a real property right. It's not a personal property right. So it passes with title to land. It can be severed from title to land. So one person can own the land and another person, and I'm speaking broadly when I use the word person, to include entities and municipalities, could own the water right. That's what happens in my work, where my clients purchase water rights. The landowner retains the land. My client purchased the water rights and then pumps the water into town or over to the industry that needs it. Next slide. I wish I could remember where I found this slide. I've had it for years. It's either Kansas Water Office or Kansas Geological Survey, but I can't remember. But it's a good slide because it illustrates in size by circles the types of water rights. Blue circles are groundwater rights. You notice where they're located. Western, mid-central to western, for the most part. The non-blue circles are surface water rights. I wish that when I had made this slide that I had kept the legend so I could recall what red, green, and gray meant. I do not know. And I find it interesting that you have this huge water right in Douglas County, and I'll point that out in another slide here and then tell you what that is. And then does anybody here have a clue why Trigo County in the west has this tiny little bit of groundwater right, but this huge surface water right? What's going on there? Cedar Bluff. Next slide. Now we're going to dig into the Prior Appropriation Act, our water law in the state of Kansas. We had a study. Governor appointed a task force, I believe in 1944, and they only took about a year to come up with a solution. I don't know if we can do that today. I don't know if we can act that quickly today, but we can certainly try. Next slide. Kansas adopted prior appropriation principles, Western water law. Prior appropriation was created by the doctrine, was recognized, not created, but recognized by the California Supreme Court in 1855 in a dispute between two mining claimants during the gold rush days to water in a stream. And the court looked at local customs and local practices and determined that the water law should change and should adopt these local practices and customs. And what the court said, first in time is first in right. The miner who got there first and developed the mine and built the canals and sluices, made that investment, should be protected as against the second user. We've already touched on a water right being a real property right. Usufruct, I like that word. John Peck, my professor of water law, loved that word, and he liked to throw it around. We'll look at that in a moment. We've already touched on the fact that we have vested rights and appropriation rights in Kansas. Process is regulatory. It requires an application. It's granted. The applicant will receive a permit and then a period of time to perfect the water right by use. A permit is not a water right. It's just a permit to perfect a water right. Water rights may be changed. We'll discuss that. And they may be lost by abandonment in some places in the state. A few years back, your body amended the abandonment statute such that areas of the state that are closed to new water appropriations do not have to worry about abandonment. There was a notion that folks were pumping water unnecessarily to keep their water right alive. And I'm going to hearken back to your January meeting with Bert Griggs, professor, Washburn Water Law, and his wonderful superlative outline that he provided to you. And one of his admonitions was, whenever you make a change in the statute, be aware of unintended consequences. And one of the unintended consequences of no abandonment of a water right that hasn't been used for years and years is that it's still a valid water right. So it can just pop up all of a sudden and be used again. And that may be an unintended consequence, especially if the economics will drive that to happen. Next slide, please. Here we go. Use of preference. Black's Law Dictionary definition. Right of enjoying a thing without altering the thing. So there's something called an imperfect use of preference, and that's what we have in Kansas, because when we enjoy the water, we often alter it. Sometimes it just disappears. Sometimes we put it back where we got it, but it's still a use of preference. In Kansas, state law requires that use to be beneficial. If the use is not beneficial, it is waste. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of beneficial uses by type. Of course, irrigation is a type of beneficial use. The upper left, I think that's Jeffrey Energy Center, I believe. And that beneficial use would be for power generation, which is an industrial use. The water tower, if anybody can tell me what community that water tower is in, I might get you a coupon for a free meal somewhere, because I have no idea. That's municipal water use. And lower left is Riverwalk in the city of Wichita, and that would probably be recreational use. Of course, the lower right is stock water use. Next slide. Let's dig into this real property right a bit. Pertinent to and severable from the land on or in connection with which the water is used. Many folks erroneously believe that a water right attaches to the well or the diversion works. If you own the well, you must own the water right. That is absolutely wrong. Go back to the mining situation in California, 1855, gold rush. The miners mine. The miner owned the water right for the mine he attached to the mine. The stream may have been a mile away or half a mile away, and water may have been diverted through canal, but it attached to the mine. So when the mine is sold, the water right went with it. And I mentioned no water equals a paper water right. Next slide, please. I want to talk about priority, because first in time is first in right. In Kansas, priority is established by the date of filing and also by the sequential file number. Those two things together. Every water right, appropriation water right in Kansas has a unique number. Oh, I forgot. I was going to look up water right 1 and see if it was still out there and see whether or not who had it, but I forgot. Sorry. The reason for the sequential file number is that the chief engineer's office may receive multiple applications on the same day. So they're just opened as they're opened, and they receive sequential numbers, and that establishes priority. Another numbering system applies to vested rights. That system uses a county code and a number. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. It does not create priority. It has nothing to do with priority. It's just an identifier, a county code and a number. Now we have this wonderful thing called domestic water rights in Kansas. This is where I think the 1945 legislature messed up. Could have said something worse. I could have used an expletive, but I didn't. They should have done a better job when it comes to domestic water rights. No permit is needed, but they are an appropriation water right. They have there is no way to go into a public record and determine the priority of any domestic water right. It is a fact-finding mission. Good luck with an old well that's been out there for 4 or 5 generations and all the people who created it are deceased. Good luck. Next slide, please. There aren't many words on this slide, but let's spend a minute or two thinking about it. We've already touched on first in time is first and right. The prior appropriation system tends to encourage full development of water resources and over appropriation. Because, let's think about rivers first. River flows are not constant. There are times when a river may be dry. There are times when a river may be flooded. There are times in the spring when there's runoff. And in the fall, it's less. What the prior appropriation system does is encourages full development of that resource. So if water is available above that which is already appropriated, even if it only happens once every 2 or 3 years, someone could perfect a water right in that and hold it. So what happens when the stream is not flowing? Well, then you have over appropriation because you have more water rights than there is stream. And that's when priority kicks in. The oldest right gets first shot at the water, the next junior gets second shot, so on and so forth. So that if a senior right, say it's an irrigator, the irrigator goes out, or a miner goes out to start the morning work and finds the ditch is empty and knows there's water in the river, but the ditch is empty. It doesn't take too long to figure out who's taking the water. And it doesn't take very long to correct that and to shut off that junior user so the senior user downstream will get the water. A junior user downstream from a senior user creates some interesting scenarios because the senior user is going to want to take that water all the time and not let the junior have any. The courts in the West and law has worked out a system of rotation to work through that so that when the senior's water use has been satisfied, then the senior has to let some water go for the juniors downstream. Next slide, please. I already talked through the first bullet here. How and why the priority systems work so well on surface rivers and streams. The culprit, the offending party, the junior user who is taking water out of priority is easy to locate. Once located and corrected, the relief is quick. So priorities work very well. Kansas is the poster child. Western Kansas is a poster child for how and why the priority system hasn't worked so well in aquifers. First, a well may be impaired not instantly, but over a long period of time. So we have something called regional depletion. It's difficult to quantify who exactly, if we have one senior well, it's difficult for that senior well to determine among dozens or even hundreds of other wells in the community, which of those wells is the offending party or which are the offending parties. So the long delay, incremental reductions, that causes a mindset of becoming accustomed to the situation. Then exacerbated by the fact that improvements in irrigation technology have greatly improved the efficiency of irrigation so that irrigators can produce the same crop with less water because their application efficiency has greatly increased. Add to that the fact that the plant breeders have done a wonderful job of creating crops that are drought tolerant. We used to think of the Corn Belt as eastern Kansas, Iowa, and Illinois, but the Corn Belt has moved west several hundred miles because the hybrids that we have now can use much less water to produce the same amount. So we used to think that an irrigator would stop irrigating. Oh, when that well drops down to 200 or 300 gallons a minute, they'll just stop. Well, there are a lot of irrigators now that are still irrigating with 100-gallon a minute well. And they just don't know when to stop. They just keep pumping and pumping and pumping. And finally, a big reason in my mind why priority hasn't worked is that in any given community, there's one senior right and there are multiple junior rights. So odds are the owner of a senior right probably owns multiple junior rights. So the owner of the senior right says, well, I have this one senior right, it's being impaired, but I have 10 junior rights. So if I shut off those 10 to save the one, am I helping myself? The answer is no. So that's another reason. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about vested rights. Now, how's my time? Fine, okay. These rights apply to the folks who were using water prior to June 28, 1945, and could prove that they were using water. They received an order determining vested rights, and they were permitted to continue that use as long as it was a beneficial use. That's about it. We are still unsure because we don't have much case law in the state to tell us exactly what it means to have a vested right vis-a-vis another vested right. We don't know if there's some sort of priority scheme. Kansas had multiple water law doctrines in effect simultaneously prior to June 28, 1945. So it would be interesting if we ever get a case where a vested right holder is going after another vested right holder and actually goes up to the Supreme Court of Kansas, and we can find out what's going on. Next slide, please. So we have all those vested rights that were determined, and it's, by the way, I should have mentioned, it's too late. If you know of a vested right of a use prior to June 28, 45, you're about 2 decades too late to prove that. The door's shut. That. So any water rights from June 28, 1945 forward are appropriation rights. I forgot one line on the slide. I apologize for that. So there's also a specific place of use. That's very important because that's where title attaches to that place of use. I don't know if I deleted it accidentally or just had a mind lapse there. So an appropriation right defines several things very specifically. The water supply. You appropriate water from a given supply. You can't move that water right to another supply. You have to stay with the supply from which your water right was developed. So the supply and the point of diversion go hand in hand because the point of diversion taps the supply. And of course, a water right relates to a specific quantity. Once that's determined, it can never go up, it can only go down. And a specific rate of diversion, because if you could increase or your rate of diversion willy-nilly, then you would affect neighboring water rights, either on a stream or in groundwater. So when you perfect a water right, if you're using a pump, your pump is tested, a diversion rate is set, and the water right owner has an opportunity to challenge that and retest, but at some point that will be documented. And of course, it has a status that it has preference to all later appropriation rights due to priority. And the missing bullet is it has a specific place of use to which title attaches. We even have violation statutes that say if you apply for a water right to feed cattle on a specific, in a specific feedlot, and you decide to use that same water right and pipe it over to another feedlot, that would be a violation of the water right. If you have an irrigation right and it says only this particular field can be irrigated with water right, but the landowner buys the neighbor's quarter, says, oh man, I could grow so many more crops if I just irrigate it. Puts a pivot on the next quarter and lays an underground line over there. Now there are 2 circles. It's a violation of the water right. And nobody does that, of course, right? Not true. Happens. Amazing what aerial photographs have done. The GMD has been able to determine a lot of these using aerial photography. Let's talk about these domestic. Next slide, please. Talk about these domestic water rights for a bit. They are appropriation right. First in time rule applies. No permit, no record, no documents. And nowadays we can somewhat rely on the water well driller's report, but that's a recent occurrence that those were required to be filed. So for the older domestic wells, it's a matter of family records and interviewing grandma and all that sort of thing. I had to deal with a case a few years ago where I represented an industrial user, employed about 1,500 people in the plant. It was pumping groundwater, and had to deal with an impairment claim by someone who claimed a senior domestic. So it was a consternation. It was a problem. Another problem with no records, no applications, no permits is it's difficult to curtail development. If you've been around any community that is growing, you can't help but notice these little outlying communities that tend to pop up. And they're too far away from town, oftentimes, or from the rural water district to have a pipeline. So what do? They drill 20 domestic wells, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 domestic wells. It impacts depletion of the resource. If we're in an already over-appropriated area and we have hundreds or thousands of domestic wells being drilled, that's a measurable amount. That makes the already bad situation worse. So that's why I think the 1945 folks weren't prescient. They didn't have vision in that regard, but they had a lot of good vision otherwise. Next slide, please. So now let's apply for a new appropriation right. We have an idea. We want to do something. We want to bottle water and sell it and make millions of dollars. So we find a place that has good water, good, sweet, mineral water that we want to sell with a fancy name on the bottle. So we submit an application for unappropriated water. Because if we submit an application in an over-appropriated area, we'll get it back in 30 days saying, sorry, there's no water here to be appropriated. The application is reviewed, examined to make sure that it meets all applicable regulations for well spacing, that the use, the amount requested for the use is reasonable, and that the use is beneficial, and that the application, if approved, will not impair existing rights. If those tests are met, then the applicant receives a permit to proceed. And typically, for an irrigator, 3 to 5 years to develop the diversion work and proceed. For a community, a city, 20 or more years to develop that water right. That's the time limit. at the end, when it's fully developed, the applicant will receive certification, and that's the gold standard to prove what the water right is. Before perfection, my clients oftentimes want to acquire water rights that haven't been fully perfected. So then I'm in a really tough situation because I can't tell my client how much water they're going to have in the end because the certificate hasn't been issued. We can either request early issuance of the certificate, or we can just look at the water use reports and use our best judgment and be willing to accept some risk. Next slide. The application can be filed 2 places: in a field office, and there are 4 of them in Kansas. I'm sure you're familiar with those, but here are the locations in case you're not familiar with them. The eastern region is split between Topeka and Parsons. Or you can send the application in to Manhattan. It's taken me several years to break myself of the habit of saying to Topeka. I've now learned to say send them to Manhattan. But I haven't memorized the address yet in Manhattan. These folks behind me can tell you the address. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit about points of diversion. I recognize some of these. A well, upper left, is a point of diversion into a specific aquifer. That's the source of supply for that water right. Does anybody recognize the right slide? Yes. Okay. That's that big, large water right in Douglas County that I talked about earlier, the big circle. 1 million acre feet. Douglas County 11. It's the Bowersock Dam. It's a power generating facility. The lower left, those are the head gates on the Arkansas River that feed the Amazon Canal. And that goes on to irrigate 20, 30, 40,000 acres, something like that. And using surface water from the Arkansas River. I don't know if you drove by and saw that. You did. Oh, you recognize that slide. Next slide. We're going to dig into a well a little bit because not all of you here are hydrologists or geologists. So we'll talk a bit about how a well works because it's important to understand that in terms of impairment. I understand this evening you're going to be treated by one side of the story of an impairment battle that happened in Haskell County south of us. So having this slide in your mind will help you visualize. So a well is typically drilled down to bedrock in an aquifer. An aquifer is sand and gravel, rock, that is saturated with water. And the well has screens on it that allow the water to flow inside. A well is nothing but a hole in the ground that is cased either with PVC or with steel. And inside the well, you insert a pump. So a well is not a pump. A pump is inside a well. Pump pumps the water. There are turbines down at the bottom that push the water up. As pumping progresses, the well tends to draw down the surface of the water. The longer pumping progresses, the greater the drawdown. So you can see those time frames up there, less than 5. I'm not sure what that means. Then 4 months. That's kind of backwards from what I'm thinking. Greater than 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago, and current steady state drawdown. So that's intuitively reversed, but that's what it means. So you can see that the effect of the pump reaches outward laterally, and sometimes this can be a great distance depending on the nature of the aquifer. Sometimes it can be a mile. In an unconfined aquifer, it can be several miles. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. This is a confined aquifer. An unconfined aquifer can be several miles. So what happens when two wells start doing the same thing? They fight with each other for water. They tend to draw down and fight against each other, and they tend to impact each other. Under that scenario, the senior right would win the battle if the junior is directly impacting the senior. Now imagine the same aquifer in a setting where the pumping exceeds the recharge. The aquifer is losing water faster than the water is being refilled. So that water table, see that static water level up there beneath the house? Every year that's going to drop and just keep dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. And that can be caused by hundreds or thousands of wells operating together. We call that regional impairment. And that's the big problem. That's the problem that we're just beginning to work on solving. And we just spent some time listening to a presentation on LEMAS, and that's one attempt to solve this problem. Next slide, please. Our Appropriation Act provides for a reasonable lowering of the static water level and a reasonable decrease in stream flow. That part of our water law is in part the problem, in part caused the problem we face today with depletion. I haven't quoted the entire statutory language because it talks something about beyond a reasonable economic limit, but the key words are, once you apply for a water right, you're not guaranteed that the water level at your point of diversion will stay the same, even when juniors apply later, because this statute says you are not entitled to the same level. There can be a reasonable decrease so long as it's not beyond a reasonable economic limit. As an attorney, not speaking for anybody but my clients, I have quite a number of clients who would claim that they are suffering from depletion beyond a reasonable economic, because they can no longer engage in the same economic activity with their water right to the same extent they could when it was developed. They have been cut back due to depletion. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very important attribute of water rights in Kansas, consumptive use. We're back to the Bowersock Mill, lower left. This is where the power is generated. 1 million acre feet water right, 0 consumptive use. So if somebody wanted to buy that water right from Bowersock Mill and make bottled water with it, which is 100% consumptive use, no can do. Can't do it. Can't increase this consumption on a change. So that could not happen. That pretty much assures that this water right's just going to stay right where it is, because it's 0 consumptive use. You see a center pivot irrigation system there. Our chief engineer has adopted regulations that specify the consumptive use from irrigation. Here in Finney County, it's I looked it up. It's 87.4% of the water right amount. And the most that could be approved in western Kansas is 2 acre feet per acre. Although there are some older water rights that have 3 acre feet per acre. So 87.4% of 2 acre feet per acre is the consumptive use. Now that could be bought, sold, and moved to another location. Why? Because as the irrigator irrigates, the crops are consuming water. So the aquifer doesn't know any difference between a crop consuming water and a bottling company, as long as it's the same consumptive use. I looked up some other counties. The highest I could find in the state was Stevens County at 89.1%. Drier down there. hotter down there, warmer nights, longer growing season, 89.1%. Over in Osage County, they're at 83%. Now that sounds high, but they're only allowed 1 acre feet. So they only get 0.83 acre feet to change, whereas we get about twice as much out in western Kansas because we have 2 acre feet to begin with. Next slide, please. Check the clock, see if I'm running out of time. I have 9 minutes. Right on time. This is where my work is mostly engaged. Place of use, ownership and title. We have many, many areas out here where water rights were developed on square fields way back when irrigation was not with circles. And now irrigation with circles has changed all that. So there are these corners. And the temptation is great to sell off a corner. Somebody build a house. And that happens all the time. So then some farmer gets a call and that feedlot next door wants to buy the water right because they need more water. Their wells aren't pumping what they used to pump, or they're expanding the feedlot. They need to provide water for more cattle. And so they approach the farmer. The farmer says, yes, your price is right. I'll convert to dry land. I'll sell my water right. I'm tired of digging in the mud. I'm tired of checking that sprinkler twice a day. I'm tired of paying those power bills. I'll take your check. I'll plant dry land crops. So then they hire Mike Ramsey. Mike Ramsey checks it out. Oops, you sold off corners to people. Are they friendly? You didn't reserve the water right. Are they friendly? Well, I've had some problems with them. They don't like the noise. They don't like the aerial application. One of them hates me. So go find out whether they'll deed that water right to us. Whenever you mention the word deed, sign a deed, most folks say, no, why would I sign a deed? You sign a check, I'll sign a deed. So that's how that goes. We have a legal fiction in Kansas, and that's why I have the lone water tower there. That's supposed to represent a municipal water supply. And it has to be an awfully small municipality, but can't really see it, but it's there. Our state law says, and we had this slide earlier, it says that the water right attaches to and is owned by the owners of the place of use. Well, if that were really true, then every municipal water right would be owned by all of the 30,000, 50,000, 200,000 people in the community. So we've engaged in a legal fiction for many years that the water right for municipal use is owned by the water right distributor. And the chief engineer actually put into place a regulation that states that. 5-5-5-14 says that. So there are a couple other areas where you have the same situation. An irrigation district is another one. I think we have the Bostwick Irrigation District in North Central. That water right is owned by the district. Next slide, please. I think we've covered everything on this slide except condemnation. I was engaged by the city of Ulysses more than a decade ago. I'd hate to think it's 2 decades ago. But the city condemned a water right, and we fought it all the way. I think it went to the Supreme Court. I know it went to the Court of Appeals twice. But yes, cities can condemn water rights. Rural water districts can condemn water rights. They need them for public use. Water rights can be leased. Some cities lease water rights for a term of years. I've never understood that. I met with city commissioners once, and we were looking at water rights, and they wanted to acquire some water rights, and I asked them right up front, just seat around like you, city commissioners, how long do you want this city to be here as a city? And they said forever. I said, well, then why would you lease a water right for a term of years? You want the best water rights you can get, the highest priority, but it'll last forever. Let's move on. Next slide, please. This is what I do. Change water rights. You can change the use, irrigation to livestock, from irrigation to industrial, from irrigation to municipal. You can change the point of diversion to a point. Go back to that well slide I talked about. That drawdown effect is the source of supply from which that well is gathering its water. So we have rules that say you can't move a well beyond that source of supply. And most folks don't think about that. Oh, I buy a water right, I can just drill a well here and I have the water right. I'm tapping the Ogallala Aquifer here. Yeah, the water right's 10 miles away. It's also in the Ogallala Aquifer. Well, that's true. Both those statements are true. But if you do that, then you're upsetting all of the interplay amongst all the intervening water rights. So the rule is you can't move a point of diversion beyond the specific source of supply from which it originally takes water. And so that creates some real conundrums for, say, feedlots. Last time I checked the laws of the state of Kansas, livestock feeding and dairies are not granted the power of eminent domain. Only cities and public utilities are granted the power of eminent domain. So a feedlot that needs water really has problems because they have to figure out how to get the water from the well 5 miles away to the feedlot. They have to negotiate with intervening landowners for crossing rights, lay the pipeline. And that can become expensive. It can be an impediment. Changing water rights is an administrative process almost identical to applying for a new water right. We have this big no harm rule, do not impair existing rights. So that ties with what I started to talk about is changing the point of diversion can't be done in a way that harms another water right. When I talked about Bostock, not Bostwick, Bowersock, 1 million acre feet, 0 consumptive use, no harm rule. So if Bowersock's 1 million acre feet water right was changed to a water bottling factory or a rural water district where it's pumped miles away and used, that would tend to dry up the Kansas River for a while, or at least deplete it quite a bit. That would harm downstream users. But the no harm rule says no. That's why we have consumptive use as a limiting factor. Moving on to the next slide, and we're about finished here. I'm getting into territory. Next slide, please. Getting into territory where, oh, this one I'm still in comfort zone here, but I'm moving out of my comfort zone. Owner versus owner priority battles. Those are fun. You'll hear about that tonight. I don't need to tell you about probably any of these things. You probably know and understand them, but this is how water law evolved in Kansas. We started out in 1945 with the original act, and there are some major changes occurred in 1957 that addressed some serious issues. Then we started layering. A little here, a little there. We added the Groundwater Management District Act in 1972. So now we have the interplay between GMDs and the chief engineer. Sometimes that's interesting because they don't always agree about management of water. I get to hear both sides of the story. We have the intensive groundwater use control areas. Those have been used mostly along streams in Kansas that have been depleted by pumping in the alluvium. As I said before, the alluvium is the sand and gravel underlying a stream. It's fed by the stream. It's in contact with the stream. So as water flows in the stream, it recharges the alluvium. So if you have a well a few hundred feet from the stream pumping groundwater, you're really pumping stream water. So what was happening with irrigation development in Kansas, economic development in Kansas, all of a sudden the streams started going dry. And some streams in Kansas I think we'll never see again. I think the Cimarron River is a good example of that. The Arkansas River for a stretch is a good example of that, but every once in a while, Colorado will give us enough water that it gets to Garden City and we can actually see water in the river. So the IGUCA statute was enacted in 1978 to allow the chief engineer to go in and assert controls over those areas, reduce the pumping to restore the stream flow. Then 6 years later, it was considered a good public policy to again amend the act to set minimum desirable stream flows. And I think the next slide might show us a map on that, where those are. And you just heard about LEMAs. I'm not going to tell you about that. Have you heard about water use conservation areas? You have heard about those too. They're just mini LEMAs done on a private. Now, I'm going to make a comment here. I may get myself in trouble. And in my opinion, WCAs were created to allow individuals to do on an individual level what LEMAs could do on a larger scale. And the idea was to help folks out, to give them some flexibility in the use of water so that they could continue their enterprise. And we're tipping usually livestock industry, but also irrigators as well. But there's enough flexibility in a WCA to allow pumping to be moved around. So if you have a better well, it now can pump more than it did before, as long as the total water right isn't overtaxed. And in my opinion, that might lead to long-term exacerbation of the depletion problem, although it does solve the enterprise. Next slide, please. Okay, this is, you're going to hear about a little tiny skirmish of impairment this evening. This is the granddaddy of all priority battles. And it's not over. It may be taking a break, but it's not over. And I stole this from David Barfield, and it's dated, it's not accurate, but it's just representative of, in the center, kind of in the blue, inside the green, inside the mauve, it is, help me out, David, is Quivira. Very top. Okay, I see it at the top. So I was wrong on that, very top. So that the water flows from lower left to upper right. So we're trying to control the flows of water so U.S. Fish and Wildlife can realize what its water right permits. And you remember when I talked about how the Appropriation Act works to push over appropriation? Because we have high flow years and low flow years, and folks tend to perfect their water right in high flow years when they can get the most water. This is a prime example of it. This is what happened. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has a really nice water right. It's an appropriation right, not a vested right. It's senior to almost everybody else. It's a surface right, but it was perfected in a fairly high flow year. So that means that during low flow years, it can throw its weight around and say, don't curtail our water use. And that's caused some real problems, political problems, local problems, economic problems, and the state will be wrestling with this for a while. Next slide, please. The IGUCAs are overlaying over the GMDs, and you can see the colors on the lower part, just to give you an idea of where the intensive groundwater use control areas are located, mostly in western Kansas. There is the McPherson IGUCA, but I think that's a salinity control. Is it? No, not a salinity. It is a salinity. Declines. It declines. Okay. Next slide, please. Here are the MDS hot points in Kansas. Now this map is several years old. This may not be current, but it's representative. of, of checkpoints for minimum desirable stream flow. The color coding, you can see the streams that have minimum desirable stream flow regulations or statutory limits. Next slide. This map, if I had not borrowed from a presentation I gave in 2019, this map would be, there would be a lot more blue on this map. But these are the WCAs that were in effect in 2019. And if you want, there's a good resource on the Division of Water Resources website where you can go look at any WCA and read about it and learn what they did. But they're a very popular tool to help solve problems with declining wells by giving flexibility in pumping. And the last slide of the day. Now I'm beyond my comfort zone. I'm a local Kansas water lawyer. There is another attorney in this room who would be more comfortable here than I talking about interstate compacts. But these are outside influences. You need to be aware of these because these are outside influences that can impact what we do inside our state. We hear a lot in the news about interstate compacts on the Republican River, on the Arkansas River. We have some Native American reserved water rights in the state of Kansas. The Quivira battle, this federal reserved water rights has been mentioned, but frankly, I don't see the application of it because this was not an original federal grant or original public lands like a park, a national park that's been around forever. It was developed later and it applied for a water right. Protection of navigation, that affects Kansas. That affects the Kansas River. I don't know if Mark Rood has talked to you any about his vision of bringing water from the Missouri River out to southwest Kansas. But as soon as that became news, downstream Missouri River users were concerned whether western Kansas was going to dry up the river so they couldn't use it for navigation. Protection of endangered species can impact water use if the water use causes a taking of an endangered species, it can be curtailed. Then we have the public trust doctrine, which hasn't been applied in Kansas per se, to my knowledge, but is very popular along the coasts. And we're done. That's the end of my presentation. I don't know if I helped any. I'll stick around for 10, 15 minutes.
We're going to take a break.
There you go.
Who was the guy on pension? Other attorney. Really? Which one?
That outline took me longer than an hour to pull.
Yeah.
Let's start in 2.5 minutes. One minute. Call the meeting back to order again, please. I have one announcement to make. The slides that you just saw from Mr. Ramsey will be available at KLRD's, the Research Department's website, temporarily. And when I get a chance and get on Wi-Fi again, I will be placing them into the system. But they are available right now on the Research Department's website. So they are available, and they will be in the future as well. Next, we have our folks from our area down east, and they're going to give us their presentation, and then we will close out the meeting. So if you would, please take it away.
All right. Again, my name's Leo Henning. I'm the Deputy Secretary and Director of Environment at Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And I have a slide presentation, but I'm going to go through it really quick prior to presentations. So let's get started. All right. I'm just going to start off briefly with the agency's mission and vision. And I'm not going to read these slides off to you. You can read them. But our job is at KDHE, Division of Environment, is to protect human health in the environment. You can say that is it in the nutshell. We are a quality agency. We have nothing to do with water quantity. Everything we do is to protect human health in the environment related to water quality issues. To make sure that residents have safe drinking water to drink, clean air to breathe, and that's our goal. Nothing to do with economic development, any of that. Our job is to protect human health and the environment. I just want to make that very clear, because I'll just slide. So here are the federal programs that KDHE implements for Environmental Protection Agency in the state of Kansas. As you can see, Safe Drinking Water Act is the federal act for surface water. The Safe Drinking Water Act is for drinking water. Comprehensive Environmental Compensation and Liability Act is a long federal name for Superfund. That program basically deals with all of our past errors which we have contaminated sites and groundwater around the state, and that program or the state program equivalents of that are cleaning up those old historical sites. Resource Conservation and Recovery Act is the act that the federal government put in place to make sure that we all handle our hazardous waste correctly so we don't create any more super sites. It's all about how do we store, transport, and dispose of hazardous waste that are created through our normal business lives. Last two, or the last one is the Surface Mining Reclamation Act. It really deals with coal mines in southeast Kansas, the old strip pits. And then the last one is the Clean Air, which is probably one of the most controversial federal acts that we deal with because of greenhouse gas, emissions to the air, smog, have those issues in our state as much. These are the things in the future that I see are going to be very controversial within our state. Move to electric vehicles, to improvements in our buildings, regulating carbon dioxide, now a regulated chemical. I think that it's in the future. All these things are where I think we'll spend a lot of time in the legislators talking about those acts that are coming out of this new administration. Just wanted to talk a little bit about these programs are federal laws. Programs that the state has chosen to have PDHE, Division of Environment, to implement these laws in the state instead of that end. Still, okay, on our progress committee, and they do provide the oversight of our program. If we fail to implement the laws as required, and take programs back. So we have to serve our stakeholders, regulated, also that also Water Act about point sources and non-point sources. I just wanted to give you a visual. So point sources. Heard that term and you've heard it. Put it all down. Point source is discharge out of a pipe. And these are all examples. Facilities, discharge. So have an industry. You have your wastewater that is discharged, set limit. Not create that stream. So that is Water Act. It's very basic. So it is a just all the that are out issue for the Water Act. Yes, from all the time national discharge that are the next slide here is about non-point source, and this is stream, not out of runoff from fields, and runoff from fields is raised with sediment. Those levels get too high and area, whether nitrates or phosphorus fertilizer, whatever those runoff are, sediment are at a concentration that are above quality. are, or and whatever is in the environment, back to that, only farmer has runoff.
Excuse me, this is Robin from IT. We are not able to understand the current presenter at all.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right. All right. So, on non-point sources, where I was, is they're not regulated. That is why the farmers who implement management practices on their fields try to reduce that runoff. We do that through soil health, through like crops and no-till and buffer strips. Try to keep sediment on the field, and then have it impact erosion like that. We all work on point source issues to our RAPS program. Thing I want to clarify: we cannot spend money that we receive from EPA, those type of MPs, areas not have impaired streams. That money that comes to us is for bringing those impaired streams back into compliance. So if there's not a stream with an impairment, our fund solely to bring those streams that are impaired. Oh, just want to touch on uranium issue. I know we've talked about it several times here, and that better? I hope. Okay. So on the uranium front, and because there's been some discussion I've kind of heard around about what can we do to Colorado to make them reduce the uranium coming into the state, and I think it's more from a legal perspective. And so, and I'm not an attorney, and I'm not practicing laws for the attorneys in here, but the bottom line is, under the Clean Water Act, there's no ability to use that federal law to compel Colorado to improve the water quality of uranium, because it is a non-point source, which is an unregulated source. If it was coming out of a pipe from a facility in Colorado, there's without a doubt we could make sure Colorado or EPA took care of that. Since it's a non-point source, there's no regulation for it, and there's no liability for Colorado to, under the Clean Water Act, make any improvement. I think they will. I think Earl has talked about it. We've talked to them. I think they understand. They got some of their own issues in their own state. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood you cannot use the federal as a mechanism to compel Colorado to improve the water quality coming across state. And then to that end, since we may have a similar situation in northwest Kansas, where it's coming from Kansas to our border state, we may not want to be the first one to throw that rock anyway. So just a little awareness there. I just wanted to touch on it briefly. And so I'll move on to the next slide. Okay, drinking water. I mean, we all were out at the plant. KDHE regulates drinking water quality for the human consumption in the state. Again, it's a federal act. EPA provides oversight of our actions. We have to be compliant with the federal law. And here's a definition of what a drinking water system is. This is what the cities and the rural water and everyone in the state is uses this definition. Next slide. just to give you an idea of the universe of drinking water systems in the state, we have 979 drinking water systems in the state. And you can see there's 3 types of different drinking water classifications, where most of our city and rural drinking water fall into that community water systems. We have 74 transits, which are like motels, parks, truck stop, things like that. And then 38 are non-transient, non-community, which are daycares, schools, and industries, where you got people just coming in for 8 hours and then going home. So the next slide is about a quick discussion of our revolving loan fund, because there's discussion about infrastructure and how do we pay for these things. I wanted to touch on it just a little bit. Next slide. So here's just a slide that shows how much KDHE has loaned out to for drinking water supplies on the left-hand side to upgrade drinking water systems in the state. Since 1997, we've loaned out $896 million. And then for the wastewater treatment side, we have loaned out $1.38 billion of revolving loan. So what these are low interest loans. Right now, the interest rate's about 1%. We also provide loan forgiveness if we can. So if you take a loan out for $1 million and we can give you $300,000 of loan forgiveness, you only have to pay back $100,000 or $700,000. So we do have that option with our current mechanism. And I want to touch on just a little bit about the new infrastructure money that may be coming. It's a little early to just tell you exactly numbers on what we're going to receive. Like I said recently at a discussion, we are looking at historical amounts from the federal government. I've never seen it ever before, where they are spending lots of money on infrastructure and other things. So right now, there's a version that was passed in the Senate. It's now going to the House. You all understand how that works. What we've heard is that the House does not think that the $3.5 trillion is enough. So they're going to have their idea of what their spending limit will be on this package. And then there'll be a conference committee to work it out. And maybe in a year, we'll have some information that we can actually share with you. Maybe it'll happen faster than that. But we're really excited about, we're going to get all this money. But even if we get the money, it's over a 5-year period. And we don't know exactly what the uses of that money are going to be yet. I mean, it's infrastructure, it's wastewater, drinking water, but can we give or grant money to cities that have already made improvements to their facilities? Or is it only for new work going forward? To me, that kind of penalizes the cities that have been progressive and tried to help, do what was right and go out, get the loans and put in the infrastructure. And it kind of rewards the ones that have just always put it off. So we're hoping that when the money comes, it will tell us whether we can use it for past work or present work. And then how much can we use for loan forgiveness to help some of the smaller communities move forward. If we can grant them half the cost, and so it only costs them half as much, we'd love to see that, especially in our small disadvantaged communities. So it's a little too early for me to give you specifics on what that's going to be. I know that there's a lot of anxious nervousness out there about, all these projects that are coming in. The one thing I would also say is, unless we figure out the supply chain problem, this money is not going to be nearly as fast as we can't get some of the materials. Even if we had the money tomorrow, I think serious as far as projects on the ground. About today, don't think we're going to take any questions, right? So I'm done. All right, I did one more slide just to click on it real fast. And these are the type of projects that a wastewater and drinking water system can ask for funding for. And again, you should have all these slides, and if you have questions afterwards, glad to answer.
That's the magic touch. Okay. Thanks again. As you've heard a few times today, I'm Connie Owen, the Director of the Water Office. And I did bring a series of slides, but I've decided not to march you through them. I did that in the spring and it's kind of dry. And I sort of decided after the meetings that we've had this week that it might be a little more relevant to just sort of springboard off of some of the things that have taken place and been talked about this week. I will say real briefly, the Water Office is the planning office for the state of Kansas for water issues, planning, coordination, policy, and we also serve as a water utility, providing water supply out of the reservoirs of the state. So kind of moving down the planning road, the Kansas Water Authority, which is the advisory board connected to and part of the Kansas Water Office. The Kansas Water Authority had their meeting yesterday, and one of the most important things that they did yesterday, which was they moved along the update for the Kansas Water Plan. If this slide doesn't go away, I'm gonna die. Okay. Really? You saw it, right? It's almost Mike Pence. I could just see it right in my head. So, anyway, so yesterday the Kansas Water Authority was presented with a draft of the Kansas Water Plan that is somewhere in the vicinity of 250 pages. It's a pretty massive document, but it is the primary guiding document to identify the water issues in Kansas and to include recommendations for what to do about those issues. And it's developed through an incredible vetting process involving state agencies and involvement from regional advisory committees and ultimately the Kansas Water Authorities. They see it and then they approve, at this point, they approve this draft for public comment. So what happened yesterday is they said, yes, this draft can go out and be shared with the public for taking public comment. So that's what's going to happen next. That will soon be on our website. And anybody in this room or anywhere in the state can submit a comment to our office online. There will be probably in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 weeks to do that. We are hoping to hold a couple of public hearings to give people in-person opportunity to comment. We'll see how COVID progresses and if we have a restriction against doing that. We may have to go Zoom, but there will be a public comment period that will last probably for another 5 or 6 weeks. And then after that, my office, according to our statutory duty, we consider every single public comment, modify the water plan as we deem appropriate, and then take it back to the Water Authority for their actual final approval, which I anticipate will be at their December meeting. So that was a pretty monumental milestone that happened yesterday, and I wanted to make you all aware of that. That Kansas Water Plan includes, and I'm not going to march through much, this is just a summary of the 5 issue areas. We call them the guiding principles that form the framework and the most important aspects of that Kansas Water Plan. There are 5 guiding principles. One is to conserve and extend the High Plains Aquifer, secure, protect, and restore Kansas reservoirs, improve the state's water quality, reduce vulnerability to extreme events, and increase awareness of Kansas resources. So those 5 big topic areas are what the water plan will be about. And I would welcome any of you to take a look at it or look at pieces of it as you wish. And we welcome any and all comments. In addition to the update of the water plan, I'd kind of like to throw in a little bit of context, discussion, food for thought that has kind of occurred to me over the last couple of days, or maybe come into more focus over the last couple of days. I think what we're all looking at absolutely is a time of really fundamental choice. Okay, everybody that I think we've heard from in one way or another is saying, we have to do something. Okay, you've been shown a lot of scary information, and it's very real information. And the choice is between doing something meaningful or not. And the not does not end well. So in that vein, I would like to share with you a quote that I found. You can really Google water quotes, and they're out there. A writer that I've liked for a long time, Edward Abbey, a quote from him was, "Better a cruel truth than a comfortable delusion." And I think that pretty well sums up what we have to face here, is a comfortable delusion will not end well. And we do face a number of cruel truths, but we have the willpower, we have the energy, we have everything we need to try to take these things on. But all of our assets won't matter if we don't have the will and we don't have the courage. So that's a point I would like to make. In addition to that, I think we need to make these tough, courageous choices, because a couple things hang in the balance. One is, of course, as you can imagine, and we've talked about, what's going to happen to our economy? What's going to happen to livelihoods? What's going to happen to family traditions? Another thing we need to think about is what's going to happen to our character as a people. California is in a worse situation than we are now, but it's not unthinkable that we won't get there. In California, there are thieves that are stealing water. Security systems have to be put up in some communities to prevent the stealing of water from fire hydrants and from water mains. I don't think this is where we want to go. There is also an article about the situation in California where there is such animosity that it's almost on the verge of water wars. When you think about what it means for people to creep around in the middle of the night and fill up water trucks and drive off, this is resulting in communities really having a problem. Water pressure is not strong enough. This is resulting in real issues for real people every day. We don't want to get there. There are many things that we're going to have to decide. A lot of these are naturally, when you talk about there's not enough water, what could possibly generate stronger passions. So I would caution all of us to always remember to take a breath and remember that we're in this together, and maybe everybody's got to take a hit in some way, but I think it's better to share the pain than to fight among each other. So that's another thought I would share with you. In that vein, I found another quote. And this is from John F. Kennedy. I didn't know the man knew anything about water, but anyway. Anyone who can solve the problems of water will be worthy of 2 Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for science. So we may not be in line for any Nobel Prizes in our future, but I would encourage us to think in this framework. So those are my comments. Thanks for listening.
thanks. I'm not sure how to follow that. That's really great comments, Connie. So I think all of you know, but I'm Earl Lewis. I'm the Chief Engineer of the Kansas Department of Agriculture's Division of Water Resources. And I think probably everybody's about ready to be done with this. And so I'm going to be the closer. And it's baseball season, and a lot of the good closers have neat nicknames. And so I'm taking nominations for a closer nickname today. Let's go to, I'll blow through these here real quick since we're running short on time and kind of get to the meat of it. Let's go to the next slide, if you will. I just wanted to remind everybody, and again, those of you that were able to attend the here, where we sit and what our primary duties are. We're within the Department of Agriculture and report to the Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Beam back there. That's who I report to. We have primary missions, and we have mostly talked today about two of those. One being water appropriation, and our water appropriation program manager, Lane Letourneau, is there in the front row and can help correct anything I say wrong. And that's what most of the discussion has been about. Our water management services helps to oversee and help us manage our interstate compact obligations and relations. Kenny helps us out without quite a. Chris Badel is our program manager there, and then water structures. And again, think of dams and levees and structures, which of course are more prevalent in eastern Kansas. Although certainly the things you saw yesterday with the head gate, the plume, and those kind of things would fit in that vein as well. And Terry really runs that program for us. So those are our three main items. Let's go to the next slide. So I may have shown this before, but this should be a map that loops through and shows the progression of the diversion. So those wells or those surface diversions that Mike Ramsey talked about a little bit ago from 1942 through much more current time. And I'd ask you kind of think about, as Mike was talking about those kind of key dates in history, 1945, 1957, 78, or 72, 78, and then more recent with WCA's and Lemus. What was going on in the state? How is our development progressing? And as you can kind of see, I'm not sure where we're at in the development here, but you can kind of see from this set of slides that there was a lot of development from the 40s through about the 70s in the part of the world we're sitting in now. And really in the early 80s, the majority of the development stopped. There was still some development, but the majority of the development in this area stopped, which again was why Mike Ramsey talked about the majority of his work is in ownership and title or changing water rights or those kind of things, not new water rights, because there's just not any available, which is really a symptom of recognition at that point that we were already dealing with a limited resource. We are seeing additional development in the eastern part of the state. It's something we got to keep our eye on so that we don't end up in a situation of overdevelopment and end up in a situation where we're going back and trying to fix problems later on. Let's go on to the next slide. And so again, I think this would be an updated version of what Mike showed. And again, the size of the circle pie chart is relative to the amount of water that's used in that given county. And then the color coding is based on the type of use. So blue being irrigation, red being municipal, and yellow being industrial, being the primary users. And again, about 82 to 84% of the water use in the state of Kansas for irrigation on an annual basis. 10% or so is about municipal, and 6 or 7, give or take, is industrial. Let's go to the next slide. So what does that do? If we look in this part of the country, and we've talked a lot about the Kansas Geological Survey and the great work that they do for us, and the measuring of wells over time. And again, this is a slide that loops through from 1996 through, I think, 2017 or 2018, and shows the cumulative groundwater decline in any given area. And obviously, the more yellow or red that gets, the deeper the declines over that almost 20-year period, more than 70 feet in some places. You might remember that Mike mentioned that a water right allows for the reasonable lowering or raising of the water table. And so if you unreasonably raise or lower the water table, you can be impairing other water rights. And so we look at this, and again, I'll throw a couple of more, I guess, philosophical questions out there for you to think about. But what is an unreasonable lowering of the water table in this area? Is it 20 feet? Is it 40 feet, 50, 70? When does it become unreasonable? And I think that's, that was a lot of the discussion in 1957 is as we see and use this resource and you've seen the benefits economically of this resource that have been gained not only for this region, but for the entire state. We think not only about the irrigation, which we talk about extensively because again, it's 85% of the water use or thereabout, but we think about that irrigation and that corn feeding the ethanol industry, feeding the dairies, feeding the feedlots, the packing plants. It's a significant portion of the economy in this part of the world that is driven by this entire structure that we've put in place. And so that's where the balance comes into place. Let's go on to the next slide. So this is one I'm gonna leave you with. And again, it's a product out of the Kansas Geological Survey. It's been one that they have been putting together fairly often or updating fairly often. We typically call it the estimated usable lifetime map. And so that looks at the trends over the last 10 to 20 years of the groundwater, whether it's going down or up, and projects that out and says, at what point do we get to a well that can't pump more than 200 gallons a minute? It used to be when we started making these maps and we went out and talked to producers and said, at what point is it no longer a usable high capacity well? And they said 400 gallons a minute. And so we've made maps that were based on 400 gallons a minute. You heard a lot about the technology, and obviously we're big proponents of a lot of the irrigation technology. The downside of that is some of that technology allows us to use water at lower production rates up from the wells and still be productive. Again, there's a good to that. We get the economic benefit of that. The bad is then we still have folks pumping at much lower levels and driving the aquifer down. And so if we look at this map, if I remember the coloring right, really the key is you get into the orange, you've got about 50 years left. You get into the red, you've got 25 years left. And if you get into the brown area, you really have less than 200 gallons a minute well already. And as Lane would like to say, we need to slow it down and don't go brown. So we need to slow our depletion down. And so the one thing I would leave you with to think about, and I don't expect an answer today, but certainly something that maybe you want to talk about, Mr. Chairman, here at some point next session. There are my position has been referenced a number of times because it has a lot of broad authority under the Appropriation Act and under the GMD Act with IGUCAs and LEMAs, those kind of things. There are 8 different spots in the Appropriation Act where it says the chief engineer will determine the public interest when making decisions related to new applications or change applications, protecting the public interest. And there are 4 places in the GMD Act, whether creating a GMD or development and approval of an IGUCA or a LEMA, that again say the chief engineer shall determine whether it's in the public interest to do that. That's a pretty broad term, and there's often been talk about, should we define what the public interest is? And I would argue no, because every situation is different. And what may be in the public interest here is going to be different in the public interest in Northwest Kansas or Central Kansas. And what we think may be in the public interest today may not be in the public interest in 10 years. And so defining that is very difficult. And there's a lot of times I feel wholly inadequate to try and do that because trying to figure out what the public interest ought to be. And so I guess what I would look to you all to think about is to say, you are the legislature is the ultimate policy and public interest making body in the state of Kansas. So what do you believe is in the public interest for this area that we've talked about over the last 36 hours? As Connie correctly put it, is this the path that we want to stay on, or is there a different path? And you've heard a number of options to how to accomplish that. Whether that's individual WCAs, and again, I think Mike got it right. I view WCAs as mini LEMAs. In many cases, you saw that WCA statute went in 2015 after the LEMA statute went in 2012. And I believe that primarily there were a number of individuals that were ready to move ahead before their GMD was ready to move ahead. And so they wanted to take action to conserve the aquifer and document the conservation, whether or not their GMD was ready, willing, or had a desire to develop a LENA. And there's still folks that are like that. But those tools you've been put in place, I think just to take one step back, maybe not all of you were around in 2012 or 2015, but as a body, I think you ought to be congratulated for providing those tools to not only us at DWR, but really to the users, whether that's the GMDs or the individual users, to really provide that flexibility and give them the option to take action and go back to what Mark mentioned is control their own destiny, right? But that controlling their own destiny means you got to take action, and you've given the tools and the flexibility to do that. And so I congratulate you on that. But I come back to, but for these areas that are not moving forward, what path do we want to be on? What do you all think is in the public interest? And so I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you guys coming out and seeing things firsthand, and talking to a lot of the folks that we talk to every day, and getting it straight from the horse's mouth. And certainly I appreciate your attention, and we'd be happy to answer questions if you got them. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Connie, I'm going to address this one to you, I guess, is because you lined up four or five issues that you targets, but not one of them mentioned anything about cybersecurity. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that, because I think that when you're talking about issues in California and around the country, I think that's one of them that we need to be extremely. We talked about a little bit earlier this morning.
So you can't see it, but my mind is going. That had not come up. And I think that's worth thinking about. Thank you for raising that, because, and maybe not because we don't traditionally think about that when we're thinking about water issues. But the fragility and the security involved in public water supplies and infrastructure, that's a very interesting question. Thank you for raising that. And I don't know if there might be a way to partner with some other agency that already is in that realm. And maybe we could communicate with them and see about considering adding some of that to the water. Do you have anything you guys want to add?
Yes, this is a national issue. It's taken seriously. We are working with our water treatment, both on the water side and on the wastewater side, to evaluate systems. We're at the very beginning of this. There have been cyber attacks on drinking water systems and wastewater systems, and we are trying to there's educate operators, aid facilities, and for this infrastructure for that also.
Okay, I just thought it would be something that needed to be in the plan so that it's overall with all agencies. Thank you.
I should share this with Secretary Hanning, I believe, or Division Chief. First off, I think we've got some very talented, caring people at the state level in all the departments. But from one member of this community, the things we've learned the last couple of days. I think there's some glaring heroes out there to me, and that's the people that got to work on the WCAs and the LIMAs at the local level. And I think they've done an excellent job of coordinating with their neighbors and conserving water. And I sure wanted to make a mention of that and applaud them. I think they've done an excellent job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you speak more about, I've heard a rising concern more on like the northeastern state of Kansas of lead and piping in our water systems. Is there plans or currently plans of studies? I'm trying to wrap my head around how do we replace all these pipes in our urban areas?
Yes, EPA just recently passed the lead copper rule. And the gist of it is there are cities that have lead pipes in their drinking water system. If you think back to Flint, Michigan, if you are all familiar with that, where that whole entire community had lead poisoning, that's what started this initiative to make sure that the drinking water was free of lead and copper. That is coming into effect right now. We are going to have meetings with the municipalities. We would hope to do them in September. We are looking at maybe reschedule them because those were going to be face-to-face in-person trainings. Because of the increased COVID rate, we may go to a virtual meeting, but there are some lead pipes that need to be replaced. I don't think there's a lot of them, especially on the supply side, the utility side. Now going from the meter to the house, there may be a lot more lead and zinc pipes in there than there is in the distribution system. But we'll be working with the municipalities. They understand the issue. They've been involved in the discussions for years. The rule is final, and it is going to be a major cost for the municipalities that have lead pipes because they're going to have to dig them up and take them out of service and replace them with other pipes. Again, the infrastructure money has money targeted for this lead and copper rule to help the municipalities do that work. Will it be enough? I don't know. I don't know how much we're getting, so I don't know if it's going to be enough. But I also don't know the entire inventory of cities that did use lead pipe, lead solder, old ductile pipe that might have not been up to grade. So it's a new issue. Well, it's an old issue. It's a new program in which we will be working with the municipalities to make those replacements.
Further question?
Not really a question. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I know you've done a lot of great work on this issue, in addition to many of the local actors who have done great work leading the way on water conservation and preservation. So thank you for your presentations and thank you for all the great work that you guys do. I appreciate your time.
Housekeeping, safety, be transported to the